Chaos, 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 chaos.
Why, hello.
Chaos.
Hi. I need to grab a coffee mug real quick.
Subscriptions to the community.
Chaos, 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 chaos.
Thank you for the gifties.
Chaos,
Good morning.
chaos,
Here, let me do that, and then I'll grab a coffee mug, and then we can get started. Let me do my matched subs. Yeah, we get the bonus. The Valorant bonus. That's because I am a gremlin. Of course. Alright, hold on. I gotta re-log in real quick, it seems. In order to match the subs. There we go. And that should do the trick. Good morning, Krem. Wait, what? Was it not working?
Chaos.
Oh, there we go.
Chaos, 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 chaos,
Chaos.
chaos.
Hey, look, I got 3 that time.
Subscriptions to the community.
Hello, Pause.
Chaos, chaos, chaos.
Chaos. Alright, let me get a coffee mug real
chaos,
quick.
Chaos, chaos, chaos.
More happy subjects gifted 5 subscriptions to the community.
Alright. Good morning, everyone. And Happy New Year to those of you in Australia already at this point. Hi. I am here. Alright, I have some plans today. I have my usual Tuesday shenanigans, but I think we're going to record a video as well a bit later before I play any Fantasian, which I'll probably do in the last few hours. Alright. Oh, I also forgot. Where are my... Here they are. Left my coffee in here too. Hey, congrats, Ophelia. Yeah, the since last year jokes are coming in hot. That's because they would fly off. Ivy, chill. Alright, just had to do that. And now, Ivy, I gotta pour coffee. Stop. It's hot. Chill, chill, chill. Yeah, the chaotic glam. Man, how did Atma beat me to this morning, man? So, I was going to make a video today, and I still probably will, that was going over the pros and cons of both the raid plan strat and the strat that I made, and explaining the logic behind both, which, by the way, spoiler alert, will end in basically just saying it doesn't matter because people just screw up whatever strat you give them anyway, and then all of the logic completely falls apart. And both of the logics only make sense under everyone playing well. Yeah, I've had everything since Friday. Yeah, Friday I finished all the loot. I have everything. I have every armor set. I have all the mounts. I have the minion. And the hairstyle I sold. I don't care about the hairstyle. Well, you know what's funny? Codcar didn't kill itself. It got better. Because generally, that's what you want strategies to do. You want them to improve as you understand the fight better. You can buy the minion, but you can't be got with demi materia. So you can buy it with Gil, but you can't buy it with demi materia. Yeah, Atma went over a giant post about the problems with the raid plan. I wasn't going to do that. I was going to stay, because I think there's pros and cons to both. But they explained the reasoning. He explained the reasoning for Codcar. Good morning, Mello. Codcar, I will say, is fundamentally better than the raid plan in every conceivable way except for one. Every conceivable way. And there's no argument about it. It's just people learned the first one first and they don't want to learn something else. For example, with the raid plan, you know there's a 25% chance you just fail because of that raid plan. If you have to recover with a tank LB3. Yeah, that's not good. Oh, I saw your write-up this morning. I was actually going to do something similar today, although I wasn't going to say... I think there's pros and cons to both, although I do think Codcar is better. Yes. Yes, I did. Yeah, literally the only way it's... There's actually things that... Because I was going to go over pros and cons. Yeah, that sounds like not a fun time, Skeeth. Maybe it was a fun time. There are benefits, yeah. No, honestly, there's only a couple of cons, and I think they're largely irrelevant to Codcar. And I also think the cons to the other one are largely irrelevant. I think there are things... Like, the healer out one is better, but I think I've also done healer out, and I think healer out's fucking terrible. I've healed healer out, and it's probably the worst experience ever. It was better for me to do, like, a day one strat than it was for me to do healers out as a healer. It was one of the most atrocious experiences I've had in there. I couldn't believe how I was like, how does this feel so much worse? Hey, what's going on, Various? What's the one bad thing? The 4 and 6 minute buff window. Which, to be fair, I'll level with you. Unless you're too ranged or machinists, they're also out of buff range. And they can't give buffs to everyone. You're effectively giving B and C. Like, A is split in ours, and B is out of range in the other. Because... generally speaking, most people don't play machinist. So if you're sticking your ranged all the way south, they're not only out of range, but they're often two of the biggest buffers in the game. The problem, like, technically can be solved if the tank and the healer let the ranged go in for buffs and then let them go back out after buffs are done. Never happening in PF. Ever. But I'll tell you what. Spoiler for the video, when I make it, it's going to end with the cold hard truth. It doesn't matter if people do it wrong because all of the pros and cons go out the window as soon as people are dead. It literally stops mattering when somebody doesn't remember where their spread spot is, somebody doesn't remember where their pair partner is or stands too close to the boss, doesn't know which tower they belong to. It's irrelevant as soon as that happens. Because as soon as people die, the fight by design is not made to be recoverable. Oh yeah, no, I didn't even know about that, but I'm going to. I have my own thing. Also, yeah, no, the whole melee thing, it fucking blows my mind. Yes, exactly, turnabout. Well, no, you don't need ranged out. Range can hit the Atamos from the inside. That's really huge. Yeah, so I was gonna pull up the raid plan after I do Unreal and Juno this morning. I was gonna pull up raid plan and pull up COD car and go over pros and cons of both. Genuinely pros and cons of both. But it's gonna, that video is gonna end with, if you do the fight incorrectly, it's all irrelevant. No, COD car is fundamentally better than raid plan in almost every conceivable way, Azure. And I was actually going over it last night in preparation of the video for today. And I will fundamentally say the raid plan is worse in every way except one. And that one way is irrelevant. No, both aren't ass. That's the problem. The fight's recoverability is the only problem with every plan. Yeah, people don't read. Exactly. That's the end point. There is no winner because because both of them are pointless as soon as anything goes wrong. So like, I'll even give you an example. Healers Out, I think, is a better version of the raid plan, but Healers Out is there for the distinct reason that you can rezzing anyone outside automatically gives them the chance to fix it. I'm going to ask everyone, can I get a raise of hands? And wait till I tell you what it is. Don't raise your hand yet. Don't raise your hand yet. Raise your hand if you trust anyone to fix getting from outside back to the inner tiles. Class? Where's the hand down emo? Yeah, so that's the biggest advantage of Healers Out. It creates the scenario where every mistake is fixable. The problem is actually fixing it. Now, trusting yourself is as good as it's gonna get. Do you know how many times, dude, last night I made an error. I repelling shot it off and I was like, fuck. And I needed to fix the problem. Now I know how to fix the problem. I died. I wasn't an inside tile person either. So I actually was just on the wrong side of the arena. I just had to go to the other side. That's all I had to do. I didn't have to even go in. So after I got up, and this was post swap, so there was no fixing the swap anymore. I just figured I'd go back to my side because I was away from all my healers, right? So Dark Dominion finishes, and I start running along the outer edge. As I'm running along the outer edge, I got blasted by 3 lasers and instantly died. I made it about as far as the Atma portal, and then I got blasted by 3 people. All 3 of them. All 3 of them blasted me. To be fair, that entirely started... Dude, I literally... So, it's funny the reason. So, I didn't just repelling shot. That's not the whole story. It was Towers 2. And Towers 2, there's usually tower fuck-ups. So, I actually Troubadour Tower 2 every time as Bard. Just what... Because... You need a lot of mitigation to survive a tower failure if an alliance decides for some reason not to tank LB, right? Like, tank LB being there just in case anyone fucks up is not a bad idea. What is it called? And so I always Troubadour there. On Sage, I Holos there. Like, I literally always use all of my raid mitt for just in case towers fail. Which kind of sucks, is I'd rather use raid mitt on... the spreads and stacks in case a pair partner gets screwed up, but the second pairs isn't nearly as important as the first, so it's not that big a deal. Troubadour is right next to repelling shot on my bar. I think you can see what happened. Classic. I've died to a 2. So, dying to the 2 stack is entirely dependent on the skill level of the healer and the tank in that corner. I've seen, for example, I've seen tanks who don't spot mitt other people, for example. If I was a tank in that situation, I would be if I knew it was going to be a 2 stack, I would spot mitt the person behind me. If I know it's a 3, I'm still going to spot mitt. But like if I'm Dark Knight, I'm TBNing one of them and oblationing the other, for example. On top of that, a big thing with healers in this fight that I've noticed is a sincere disrespect of when damage happens. The number of times I've seen people go from the deluge of darkness bleed into the Dark Dominion and players just die is higher than it probably should be. Or looming chaos into towers into Dark Dominion after, like, post swap. The number of times I've seen people just pretend like that all doesn't happen back to back is pretty high. And the same goes for, like, just around the time of lasers. There just seems to be, like, there are very few instances where a lot of damage happens, but the few instances where there are, I often don't see it treated with any degree of respect. I'll also say this. Everyone thinks the tiles is the scary part. It's not. It's motherfuckers with eyes on the outside. Ain't nothing like being in the middle and you're like... And then suddenly there's a laser in the back of your fucking head. I noticed I have a lot of pie. You know, it's funny. So I was coaching. What I was doing is I was doing coaching sessions for 25 chill guys. We were bringing in first timers, and not all of them even had like extreme or savage experience. So it was literally like, for them it might have been one of the first hard pieces of content they've done, or one of very few pieces of hard content they've done. And so I was coaching them on how to get through it so that the run could still be as smooth as possible, but they also actually learn the fight to some capacity, right? So like the first run, I would call everything out, and then I would actually ask them to call it out to me in return, be like, okay, I'm gonna let you tell me what's happening in this pull, right? And then they'd be like, that's donuts, so I go here. Okay, yeah. Oh, that's like, okay, the seed, so I need to put that up against, and I'm like, that's all right, you got it. That's exactly how you should be keeping track of fights, right? Ugh. So, like, I did that for a handful of, like, one-on-one coached those people. And they were all healer. And I'm sorry, and 2 of them were healers. One of them plays the game enough to not need to be told. The other one literally just started playing. They didn't even have melds. I felt bad. I said, you should probably meld. You should probably meld your gear. You should probably throw some melds on your gear. But I very specifically said, when you're new to Final Fantasy XIV, go full piety. Also, for chaotic, go full piety. Yeah, Minna knows the game. She doesn't need to be told all that. Yeah, I got Minna in for a handful of runs the other night. And then, like, 12 people needed to leave. Mm-hmm. I don't know, dude. For me, I'm going to be honest. One sec. I'll show you something. Raid plan is easier to read. Maybe it's just because I've played this game for too long. Maybe it is. But I'm not going to lie. I would any day of the week rather have this on a second monitor than the raid plan. Because the problem with the raid plan is if you're just using the raid plan, what are you going to fucking tab over and scroll to the next one at every step of the fight? Here, it's like, you look at the top left one. The top, honestly, the top right one's irrelevant. I don't even care about the top right one. Honestly, I bet you put this image in COD car, everybody is like, oh, never mind, this is the best strat because it's just one info. It's literally just one image. Literally, all I do every time, because I've done every assignment, I literally pull this up. Can I link it? Yeah, let me do that. I can also just DM you the image directly. So that way you can, because the problem is if I, well, I guess it doesn't matter, yeah. Have I DM'd you before, Atma? You're the SpongeBob face, right? Probably never. No, but it found you. You have the SpongeBob face, right? I'm not imagining this. Yeah, it has to be. They're in radar. It's better if you just have a direct link to the image. Bro, so you want to know something hilarious, talking about Discord profiles. So you know the fake threat tweet that I got? And I'll say it's a fake threat tweet because I'm pretty sure it's referencing a meme, a very obscure one that I had no idea about. It's like one of the Squirtle Squad faces on their avatar. I went into 25 Chill Guys, and Iggy, one of the members in there, has the same face, but with a small change. And we're like, wait, is it Iggy? It's not. But it's funny because Iggy was like just talking. He's like, wow, that's crazy that someone would do that. And we're like, bro, you have the same profile image. And we're like, and he's like, caught. Caught emoji. How do you pull up the raid plan on PS5? I hate to do this to you. Phone. Pull it up on your phone. Just have a reference. It's in the real. So Sarnix, it's in the really actually. Atma just put it on slide 1. Can I use MS Paint? on the inside corners. So I don't like that either, personally. But that's irrelevant, in my opinion. You know what? I'll say this. I like it less in the raid plan than I do in COD Car. It should be slide 1 now. Probably should just upload the image as well instead of putting it in the slide. Like there, I guess if it's in slide 1 of the raid plan itself, of whichever one, probably helps. Print it out, keep it in a binder. But yeah, no, I don't like running around the brambles. And also, in my opinion, it makes the platform too claustrophobic. The tile drops. What's different? Oh, so we don't give it. We realize it doesn't fucking matter. We did inside corners at first, and then we realized we actually it doesn't matter. Like that's actually not a recommendation of putting them in the middle of the platform. That's an admission that it needs to be on those tiles. Is all. It actually is not like a verbatim spot. Because here's the thing. We used to drop them all the way in the back of the tile. The back left and back right. So you had this, if you look in my clear VOD, there's like, if you just basically squeeze between the butt cracks of them to do the donut AoE. But, yeah, no. As long as they're not right on top of each other. Bramble drop markers now, definitely not a bad idea. Yeah. Yeah, squeeze between the butt crack. Yeah, if you go to my clear VOD, you'll see it. I'm going to cover this in the video later because, like I said, I'm going to do a pros and cons video that actually talks about the upsides and downsides of both and not like an objective. Although I do think objectively COD Car is better. I don't even think it's subjective. I think it's objectively it's objectively better. Are the big Yoshis? What you mean, the stickers? Not gonna lie, I like 25 Chill Guy stickers more. We have plenty of Doom memes. And, you know. COD Car doc. Oh, I didn't even think about that. I literally just know that COD Car is similar to what we did. And I haven't looked at it since day one. Slide 32. Please give it. I don't think I've ever been to slide 32. Bro, I don't like raid plan or PowerPoints. Just give me one image that tells me everything. Okay, so do you know? All right, I'm going to blow people's minds. This is actually going to sound really foreign to you all as players of the game. So I apologize if it's a little confusing. Because it does something that I don't think a lot of players know about, actually. So Japan, they use these things to actually help, like, get everyone in a position. It's called a macro. And what it does is it puts a diagram equivalent in your chat, and you pick your spot, and then you're done. And you don't have to dance around markers. You go, oh, I'm H1. Oh, I'm R2. And then you're done, effectively. Because you don't need to fucking walk around markers to figure out where everyone is, right? It's crazy. Like, I know most people have never seen them before. Or if they have, it's some other variant of a macro where it's like, Naruto yelling believe it when they do like Kasatsu or something, so it's like most people have different exposure. You know what I mean? So, but like that's generally what they're using it for. And this is that. This is all this is. Like effectively the macro shows all of these. They press it, each player picks a spot and they just do it. Yeah, no, the PowerPoint is for learning. This is for referencing. This is true. Raid plan and PowerPoint are for learning. Now there's an important thing here. Learning, it has this what's it called? Variable, right? It's called the person. And most people either don't want to or can't. So the success levels vary. That's the only problem with learning, realistically. But slide 32. One sec. Yeah, the people debuff. And so yeah, but generally speaking, learning is just not a lot of people's strong suit. Now, in case you're curious about the average, so the average player having the reference sheet is really nice. And like I said, it's a lot like macros from JP. So generally speaking, success tries to emulate success, right? So whatever the most successful players are doing, in theory, like it doesn't always work out because like that's how like job metas form when that's like when a player who's not good at the game says, oh, I will only bring Pictomancer because it's the best caster. Which, by the way, Pictomancer is not that good in this fight. You're genuinely better off being a red mage or a summoner. Like, bringing more reses is more valuable, right? But it's the same idea. So, you would think that success would want to emulate success. And so whatever JP's doing, in theory, should be what we're trying to do. And I'm also going to bring this up in I think a different video. I might bring it up in the same video. But I mean, that obviously that requires, like, how do you know if JP is how well they're doing? Like how are they not struggling as much as the rest of the world? Like they've got to be, right? So fortunately we know. So we have this many characters cleared as of like 2-3 p.m. yesterday, which is pretty good. For 1 week of doing the fight, that's pretty good. 52,000. So for reference, M1S has about 300,000 total clears since it came out 5+ months ago at this point. Right? So that's pretty good. 1/6 of the clear rate in a week. That's better than Savage's clear rate would be. You know, I don't have the data to compare it against Extreme Trials, week 1 Extreme Trials, but like I'm sure I could find overall. So how's NA doing? So NA has what? 4,737, 6,300, 6,400. About just under 10,000 of the clears. So that's pretty good. Just under 10,000 of the clears. You add all that up, that's what, 12. Let's be generous and say 13. Let's say 18 to 19%. of the clear rate. That's pretty good. One region, 18-19%. You know, there's 4 regions for the game. We go down to EU. EU only has 2 data centers. Not the worst. Let's be generous and say that's you know, 12, 13. That's like a little over 30. It's like 13.2%, right? So we're at like 30 something percent, and that's like half the regions. And the next region is OCE with materia, which is another percent. So that's like 33%. Where's the other 67%, I may wonder? Now, those with a strong need for copium in their life will point to Christmas and the holiday season, acting like it's not a big deal in JP also. Where's that data from? So this is a coalition of all of the data from... What the hell? All the data... I think my browser just crashed for some reason. That was weird. Didn't like being window captured for whatever reason. Just decided to crash. So it pulls all the data from FF logs and coalesces it onto Tombstone.
Caslo25 just subscribed. Help, I'm stuck in chaotic PF hell.
Yep. Oh, don't worry. We'll have a video on that later today. What is... Yeah, so what do I want to call the video later? Raid plan versus COD car. The real reason your PF can't win. The real reason your PF can't clear. Something in that vein? Yeah, so they scrape fight progression. So something I didn't get to show you before it crashed, weirdly enough, was what it says at the bottom of the screen. And what it says at the bottom is actually in many ways just as if not more valuable. So at the bottom here, you have progression review by character. So this tells you where there are logs. How many characters have logs in the fight that are uncleared at which progression points? So that's why it uses FF logs, is so you can have this data, which is not available via the lodestone. That is a big reason, Guffles. It's because they just conform to getting into a spot, and everybody gets into the spot and they don't complain, and then they just raid finder it. There's a lot of 1% logs there too. You know what? I'll take that bet. 20 minutes? No, I'll bet 30. I'd bet 30 minutes is the average lockout time. I mean, so it's funny because people act like that's such a Final Fantasy XIV experience. Let me paint the picture for you. It's 2004. I'm playing Final Fantasy XI at 2 in the morning. And I'm going to the Yatunga jungle to party up with a group. There's too many people at the camp at the base of Yatunga jungle, so we decide to go to an obscure location over by the outpost. On the way there, some people get lost, and they end up dying. Now they've died and we need to find a way to res them because they don't want to actually take the L. So we go out there and we get them up and we bring them to the camp. We get to the camp. Everyone's finally here. It's probably been about 30 to 40 minutes. We kill 2 monsters and somebody says, hey, I gotta go soon. Could I get a D2? And we hate everything. Yeah, but 20 minutes doesn't account for the 5 to 10 minutes of running around the markers. And then you stop playing. Yeah. Ideal. Hi, Ivy. It's also better because D2's a level 40 spell, which means nobody in the party could have actually given them a D2. Oh, I've seen people ask a level 30 black mage, mind you. I'm sorry, not ask a level 30 black mage. They've asked players in their level 30 group if any of them has a level 40 black mage to leave, go get the spell, and come back. Hey, can you go back to Kazam and change to black mage and come back and D2 me? Yeah, what it eventually boils down to is the players are the problem. And I actually don't think either strat is so significantly better that you should actually pick one over the other. I do think Khadgar is unanimously the better strat. I don't even think it's not even subjective. I do genuinely think the pros of Khadgar outweigh the pros of the raid plan in every capacity. D2 is Warp 2, but people call it D2 for Deport 2, yeah. Because it's in JP, it's just called Deport. The updated ones from Lyle? Does it? This is what we've been giving everyone. I mean, go ahead and fix it so that it's in line with Khadgar. But that's the image that we've been using. And that's the one Lyle has in Final Strats in our channel that he tells everyone to use. Yeah, that's what we use. That's what we use. We use the V and not the line. The V shouldn't fail in any capacity. Unless players don't hug the hockey puck. The only way you have a 2 is if players just don't hug the hockey puck. That's it. You literally have all 3 players hug the hockey puck and there's no shot. It misses somebody. I personally feel like the traffic jam that can happen with line shouldn't happen until the new setup was updated. Yeah, if everyone just hugs the hockey puck, it doesn't matter. Literally, that's it. They're referring to, not this. Literally, the 25 Chill Guys Discord has never not done this for a wild charge. We've never, ever done a different strat for a wild charge, ever. I will say this, though. I don't recommend the tank being forward like that. It shouldn't matter, but I don't recommend it. It's very contingent on both of those players hugging the hockey puck. Which, if you've never seen a visual guide, you're fucking dead. No, if both of those players hug the hockey puck, it'll never miss. But the tank being forward, yeah, it increases the margin of failure. The tank being forward is the mistake here. I would put the tank further back. So yeah, I would move the BNC tank towards... my recommendation in my video is everyone hugs the hockey puck, and I very specifically make mention that while the tank being forward can work, it adds a variable. I made sure to say that in the guide, that the tank actually being back near the hockey puck is the best idea. But this is what we've had in the 25 guys Discord. Yeah. No. The tank should 100% be by the hockey puck. I don't know why Lyle never updated this one. In our final strats Discord. We literally don't use the line. 25 Chill Guys has never once used the line. So I don't know why he sent that to you. We've never used it once. We have literally never ever done line strat in 25 Chill Guys. Yeah, Roomba is another one that I've heard it called. But yes, the tank back by the hockey puck. 100%. It's called a wild charge, not a wild tank stand the way the fuck over there charge. So yeah, I would move this back. I'd move the tanks back. Healer a built-in refresh. I'll be honest. Bigger problem is people not even thinking about refreshing in the first place before the rotations. I'm indifferent to either or. I personally think the puck followed by 2 swaps is a perfectly logical thing to do. But I think this is once again an arbitrary thing that shouldn't matter. Yeah, genuinely my concern is the less times people need to do tile movement, the better. Because the healer and the DPS killing people with refreshes is an incredibly common occurrence. So this is the V. The line, so in the line, you would just have the healer take like 5 steps to the south. So the tank would take a step to the south. The DPS would stand in the southeast corner of like, so looking at the northeast section, like the right arrow here. So pretend that's north. It's not, well, okay. Logically, that's not northeast because that's an east or west platform. But you know what I fucking mean, right? I've seen Dragoons kill people with jumps there. An image with the update. Yeah, he never... That's literally... We've never used that. Ever. It's funny that he sent it to you because we've literally never used this image. We've genuinely never ever used that image in 20... Like, it's not in our Discord. Oh. Yeah, it's rough. Yo, so funny. I was coaching somebody through the fight the other night, and it was second towers, and it went perfectly fine, and no towers went off. And I was like, okay, great. It was a situation where the healer has to step into the actual like corner, like not the cubby, but the corner tile itself in the middle. So imagine it's like on the left here, it's like the DPS on the left tile, the tank on the inner right tile, and then the healer is in the 2 tower close to the tank, right? That's that's like a normal situation. So I think anyone who's done the fight understands what I'm talking about, right? The tower went off, and as I was telling the healer, like, okay, you can go back to the cubby tile, the tank literally just ran through the tile, killed them, and then went to the next tile without dying. They literally killed them, dropped them, and then walked forward and lived. Yeah, no, tile refresh order should be tanks, DPS, healer. That's all you should be doing. As soon as the DPS takes a step in, the healer takes a step in a second later. As soon as you need to move in for donut, DPS moves in first, healer moves in second. And then if it's the reverse order of going back into the cubby, it's the other way around because you don't want the tank in the corner. But I'm talking about general tile resets. You just do tank, then DPS, then healer. So every time the DPS steps in, the healer steps in a second after them. And you actually want, you want to space it by a few seconds just in case, but like, that's the general idea. THD. You can do that too, as long as it's agreed upon. We did TDH, but honestly, it doesn't matter. You just tell people. Literally, all you do is tell people. That shouldn't matter for anyone. You literally just say THD. Just DPS always move last. That's fine. As long as everyone knows. Talk to people, chaotic. Yeah. Make it barely stepping into the tile is also another big thing. All right, so by the way, in 5 minutes, I'm doing my weekly Unreal. It's first come, first serve. It's on Dynamis. Afterwards, I'm doing my weekly Juno. That's also a full alliance, and that's also first come, first serve. I'm not playing Dark Knight in here. What about slide? You take your Yoshis. See, the problem is that's 32 more, that's 31 more slides than my brain has the capacity for. You just click the link. That's tough. Yeah, that's their home server. Where you're visiting can never have any... Dude, if it was where you were visiting, Dynamis would have every fucking clear, practically. Fucking cloud cheese. Dynamis would have, like, the majority of the clears. Yeah, so weekly Unreal for Byakko. I do this every Tuesday. Because Unreal is... If you're coming for the telling, come for the retelling. Oh, and most important thing, sweep the leg. And I'll make the party in 3 minutes. I do it at 8. I used to do it at 7:55. I don't know why, but now I just do it at 8. Hello, Wolf. What misinformation do people even have about COD Car? I don't even understand how you can have... I mean, actually, yes, I do, because most people don't know how to play this game. It's like when people who don't do Savage talk about, like, Ultimate. You missed Tank LB3? No, you missed Tank LB1, which, I'm not gonna lie, if you need the Tank LB1 for the first set of towers, you've got so many. Okay, actually, let me put it this way. For those who don't know how the towers work, a tower that is partially missed does about 50,000 damage before mid. Now, how much it's partially missed determines how many stacks it gives. So if a 3 tower is missing 2 people, it still does 50,000 damage, but it gives 2 vuln stacks. So it can be worse. But if a tower is missed completely, it does 200,000 damage. You're pretty sunk if that happens. I'm not gonna lie, you're pretty sunk. Because most healers are not spot healing in between the pair or spread and the tower. I've noticed it multiple times. I'm not even spot healing. Sorry, they're not pressing a heal button. So the people on the platforms are probably at like half health. So you're probably so they're dead. They're outright going to be dead almost every time. Although to be fair, if you miss a tower, it's probably the outside it's probably the platform's fault. Yes, the vulns are granular. That's why sometimes you can get 4 vuln stacks and live, and sometimes 1 tower goes off and everybody fucking dies. Yeah, no, leaving a tower open is going to be a guaranteed wipe. You'd rather have, if you have 3 people alive on the outside, you are better off doing a 2-1 split than you are doing a 3-0 split. Yes, if you miss a tower completely, people are going to be dead. Only a tank LB3 or significant mitigation and healing will resolve that better. Max HP, percentage mits on everyone, which that COD car can't percentage mid everyone unless both the healers have percentage mit. So you do have that disadvantage. Again, both heal. Like I can't holos both Alliance A's. But then again, if you're doing raid plan, you're fucking fizz ranged or off in the distance, just jerking themselves off, hoping they get a spot heal anyway. So they're fucking dead. All right, so I'm making the PF for Byakko. Password's 1227. Duty complete on Dynamis. They're just off having a fucking laugh. And that is a full party. The double Viper. I think double Viper is fine. We don't need tank LB3 till super late. I should have really set it to 1 job each, but I usually don't give a shit. If we don't have LB3 by then, we could just hit the Hakute. Like, if it looks like we won't have LB3, we just have to, like, we get LB2 and just put some damage on the Hakute, and it should be fine. I'll put mitts up there and everything too. Alright. Just did dupe jobs. Yeah, if either of you wants to swap off a Viper, that would be ideal. So, because otherwise we can't. If we want, because I don't think we'll have LB3 by that point. I don't mind. Yeah, that works. Yeah, does that just then we don't have to worry about it at all. It just eliminates a problem. All right, we're good. Yeah. I normally wouldn't care, but it's just one of those things where because the strat is LB3 reliant, it's better to just do that. Alright, light parties. Remember, I don't care. I don't care which tank gets grabbed. If you're in 1, you're in the first grab. You're in the first slam. If you're in 2, you're in the second slam. I don't care otherwise. Alright, we're good. Other than that, sweep the leg. Is Juno Dynamis? Yes, Juno will be on Dynamis as well. That was so confusing to me. Because Juno, the first walk, is Dynamis Juno in Final Fantasy XI. It's fitting because it means doing Juno on Dynamis, you know, makes sense. Yeah, I also thought that. And I was like, no, that's not what they mean. I figured it out, though. I figured it out. We got there in the end. I like that Byakuya is effectively a money pinata for me every month. What the smudgers. Don't forget about aggro. Oh yeah, no, you got it. We had that 1 week where we had like aggro problems here where there straight up weren't like provokes. And people would get autoed right after and just fucking die. We had that happen a couple weeks, I think. Granted, if you've never done the fight before, you probably don't know how the aggro in this fight works. So not all that surprising. Nope. I thought somebody ate a ball to the face at some point there. Oh, we are totally getting blasted. Yup. There was like 6 people there. Twice fold, twice cursed my foes. And yeah, you just tank him in the middle. See, I like to do this for the cleave. I just have to be careful of the Heavenly Strike. Because Heavenly Strike is... It's not that large, but... ain't that small either. Nah, it's simple enough. Nothing even happens. I'd rather the tanks just remember to do their fucking, their provokes than press any other button at all. Doesn't do that much to the light parties. Doesn't do that much to the tanks. Takes no effort to do it either way, effectively. Generally, it's speaking if the boss is slightly offset north for the first one, just so the party is already south for the first slam as well.
My wrath is a ceaseless torrent.
What's up? So these first ones are baited, by the way. You don't want to be in the middle of the room. Because it baits them in the middle of the room. Where we then have to go. The first ones are baited and the last ones are baited. So you generally want to stay away from the center of the room. It doesn't really matter, because just, you know, pay attention, but... So now the next 3 are not baited. These next 3 are literally, they just rotate slightly. And now the last set right now are baited. So the baited ones are coming out right now. And they're baited. Boop. Yeah, you can see Byakko casting the baited ones.
No more games.
No more games. Oh, the Terra Firma one. Alright, remember, hover by your marker so you can drop the circle AoE on it.
Impressive. Very well, I shall bring all to bear.
Wait, why is he bringing bears? He's a tiger. This doesn't make any sense. But why is he bringing things to bears? Why do the bears deserve all the fun? Remember, after the next one is sweep the leg. After this, sweep the leg. I have too much PTSD from the sweep. It's balls on your face. Next mechanic is balls in your face. Drop your expanding balls. Good, it's me. Wow, it picked me. That's actually ideal because I was effectively next to almost nobody. Oh, and now we can ignore the Hakute. That's fine. Like, let's just do that twice. It'll be so cool. I like when people still go out of their way to collect these balls. Like, no, he can't have them! They give him a damage up. What if the LB's not enough? Remember to hover by your marker so you can drop the balls on your head. It's a very dead Byakko. 25% by here is very dead. Oh. I swore they gave you damage Reduced damage, not that. Oh, I guess actually it makes sense because you're stealing his. Don't forget to sweep the leg. I saw you go into that flank. There's a donut and then more balls. Yeah, I thought they gave, like, physical damage up or something. Could have swore it was very specific. Oh, no, I think it might be physical damage taken is increased. There's some, whatever they do it with physical damage. I know they had their debuff very specifically reads something about physical damage. They reduce it. That's what I thought. Yeah, they reduce your physical damage dealt. Yeah, that's what I thought. They don't buff you at all. I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure that's why I said that at first. Pretty sure they just reduce the damage, the physical damage that you deal, and that's all they do. I was like, I'm like, I thought I was going crazy. I was gonna read them on the next one. I'm pretty sure it gives you a sword icon and a down arrow. Because it's a debuff, so it's giving you a down. Yeah, red is bad. I was going to say, I was almost... And then, yeah, they heal the tiger. They do not heal you. Unfortunate. Alright, let's see. This looks like it is C up. Oh, I need to know where the box is. It's not there, so that means it's here. Oh, no, that doesn't mean it. Oh, wait, actually, that might not matter. Hold on. Wait. No, that does matter. Yeah, okay. Well, actually, I think that means that it is this pattern, so. Yeah, okay. I did that right. By checking there, I both checked to see if I was right and wrong at the same time. That was kind of weird. Yeah, I haven't had a fox on my board. I think this will be 3 weeks now. Which is fine because I literally went like 3 or 4 weeks getting double foxes, so. Win some, you lose some. Yeah, so after the next one, I am doing a full 24-man of Juno on Dynamis. That's first come, first serve as well. That's a lot of lack of foxes. That's unfortunate. Good thing Chaotic doesn't make you roll against all 23 other players. Just so the information is complete. Yeah. Hey, you want to name another con? I've never... Dude, in the last week, do you know how many controller healers have asked how to heal other Alliance party members? Because they're being told to spot heal the B ranged. As the A and C healers. I've had a lot of people ask me that. I want the Archangels. Archangels literally have... like, that's one of the things they're most notorious for, so they're easy. Yeah, honestly, you have to focus target them and make a healing macro to make it not a pain in the ass. You're not even wrong. Like, that's the technical solution. Just grab your mouse.
There is no turning back.
See, I would prefer instead if we had a section that says don't make strats that are just worse for certain types of players. To be fair, though, I would argue that the fight makes being a legacy player harder. Just by default. It's not like you can't do the hands as a legacy player, but it is harder to do it as a legacy. Like, you either have to, like, hold extra buttons to backpedal, or you have to be very good with the timing. Like, or use gap closers, which sometimes the game doesn't really cooperate with. Oh my god, that's right. You do need to spot. God damn it, dude. Oh, shit. I didn't mean to do that. I was too busy having an aneurysm over the idea of spot healing range. It's funny because our first clear, that was the healer's #1 complaint with our, like, very initial setup, was that we had that happening, spot healing. That was, like, the #1 thing. They said, hey, we need to fix this about the strat because the spot healing is ass. It was the #1 complaint. Yeah, so technically, in case you're wondering, yes, this does make me do less physical damage down. Yeah, you know what else tells you that it's not a buff? It's called physical damage down. That's another way to know that it does not increase your physical.
Behold, you are given full.
Maybe it's like Phoenix down. That's a good thing. That's true. Maybe it's like Phoenix down.
My wrath is a ceaseless torrent.
I'm payphone right now. This whole fight is payphone, I guess. I literally saw the payphone meme in Radar. Somebody was like, how's healing in this fight? And somebody responded, it depends. Well, you're dead. Just didn't move.
Dragon 87
That you were not payphone.
Have a subscription down.
Have a subscription down. Ginger, thanks for the second month. Bah! I looked at my phone. And see, this is why you don't look at your phone and drive, ladies and gentlemen. You never know when a giant oh, that goes through resin vuln, by the way, in case you didn't know.
Impressive. Well, I shall bring all to bear.
Somebody has to get him up. Yeah, we learned that several weeks ago when Ella made the same mistake. Hence why Ella's the one saying, hey, by the way, that goes through Resin Vuln. A Tiger Man's gonna Hadouken you. Member, sweep the leg. Sweep! Sweep! Right. Listen, I know you're doing it to make me nervous. Stop. Hey you, stop it. Sweep! Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Just too used to doing that there. What am I doing, man? At this point, I'm just pressing buttons. I love the idea of a boss giving you that debuff and being like, man, if these circles overlap, this guy's gonna be really sorry. Be careful of that puddle. Well, the good news is, by the way, for the damage down, it is just physical damage down. So technically the thing you've been doing where you refresh your dot is in no way actually hurting you. So that is a plus side. I mean, it's a neutral side, I guess, is more accurate. Whoa. Sorry, I can only help one of you. And I helped the wrong one because that as soon as already off. You're gonna take a little more damage here. Most likely. Remember, sweep the leg. Sweep the leg. 420, sweep it. No. No sweeping the floor. It's gonna be balls. After the donut. Wait. We're stronger than you hoped. But you wanted us to win. We're purging the Aramatama. What do you mean? Not me trying to fight the demons that tell me to go drop it in the middle of the room. Not me fighting the demons. The demons, the demons. Alright, play Fox Hollows. The problem is if one other person did it, it was going to be a problem. I didn't know how many other demons there were in the room.
Chaos, 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 chaos,
Chaos.
chaos, chaos, chaos.
This is
Asher
a
gifted 3
left.
subscriptions to the community.
Thanks for the 3, but just so you know, that snowman is donezo. It's not there anymore. There's only the 5 gifted subs for the bonus subs now. Easy pattern, at least, for checking for the fox. Yep, got a fox this time. There we go. Alright, curse is broken. There's a fox. That was one of the easiest patterns for a fox that you can get. 140 this week. Not bad. Oh, alright. I'm going to be setting up a thing for... What the shit,
Chaos,
bro? We're like...
chaos, 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 chaos,
Chaos.
Ashu just subscribed with Prime.
Iser, thank you with the Prime sub. I just Google Fox Hollows Excel sheet. So we can't... We need a compositional change, or somebody has to leave and rejoin when I put up the full thing. All right, are we good? Is this the final setup before I make the alliance? Speak now or forever hold your peace. All right, somebody needs to be right back. And so we will set this up while they go. All right, so we have 16 spots for Juno. We're doing 1 run. I do this every Tuesday. Every Alliance raid that releases within the expansion, we do every Tuesday. So when the second Alliance raid comes out, we'll do Juno every week, and we'll do the second one every week. And then when all 3 are out, we'll be doing all 3 every week. But for now, password's 1227 on Dynamis. New Year Eve COD Car PT. Oh, it's Saker. That's probably been posted on Radar. All right, we're going to be waiting a few minutes. Dante said they had to make a phone call real quick. So feel free to get water or whatever you need to do. Because it looks like we'll probably be filled. Looks like it's just 1 DPS. So give it a minute. Take your time. I'll do a ready check. Hey, if you want a physical damage down in this raid, just die and be a fizz ranged. And you'll have fizz. Or just be a fizz ranged. That's like the equivalent of playing... That's like physical damage down as a job. As a role. It's like permanent physical damage down. Because you could be a melee. So comparatively, your physical damage is down. Ivy. Listen, that's why I can make the joke. I understand the pain. Listen, I understand the joke. And it's me. Ivy, don't look at me like that. Ready. All right, let me do a ready check. Of course I understand. All right, let's do it. Yes, I'm helping. No, the worst is when you use it on someone else. The absolute worst is when you use it on somebody else and then you fuck up. The one time you fuck up and you need it for yourself and nobody cleanses you. Probably won't have much in the way of mobile news for a little bit.
Careful. That girl is stronger than she looks.
Nah, easy.
How about we start with a big fat knuckle sandwich?
We didn't see if she had a line. When we tried using Tank LB3, she didn't actually say anything. Or at least nothing that we noticed. It could have been that she was being interrupted by other mechanics. Like she may not have said it because she was busy saying something for the actual fight. The rare triple wait for it at the very beginning.
Is that all you've got?
It means it's a single or a double.
Wait for
I doubt that. You won't have an LB3 by that mechanic.
it. No buying drop kick to your fat head.
Yeah, she has a line for healer and DPS LB3, but when we use tank LB3, we didn't see her say anything.
By the light of the dawn.
Oh, right. I totally forgot. I moved repelling shot after what happened last night. Let me move it back.
Not bad at all.
I can trust me again, I swear.
Oh, we're just getting started. Wait for it. Wait for it.
Alright, I'm good.
Auroral uppercut.
Whee!
Behold, the blessed power of Altana.
You're using it for the wrong purposes. Punch.
You ready for this?
Oh no, it's not that yet. Forgot she's normally at like 10% whenever we do the one of that and one of these. Alright, that's a triple. Okay.
Open your eyes.
I love if as soon as she says that, That, oh, well, there's one person who's dead.
I was just working up an appetite.
Open your eyes, damn it.
Take this and that and one of these.
That's much cooler than our CERN fests.
Now we're having a party.
Yeah, a lot of people didn't expect her to be British after Dissidia, but her voice is still fine. The rare one. And she's dead anyway.
This wasn't how it was supposed to go.
I waited. I'm still waiting. What do I do?
The only way out is forward.
What do I do? We'll never know why we were waiting for it.
A forest, huh? Go. We'll look after the girl.
I'm looking forward to waiting for it. Isn't that pretty much how all of our patch cycles work anyway? Please look forward to waiting for it. Oh, I thought I was going to go forward.
On your guard. I sense something up ahead. Something big.
It's a dragon.
A dragon. Ah, but surely it's no match for you.
I mean, he's right. God, it's gonna be so wild. Someone's bringing up mobile earlier. It's gonna be wild playing Bard on mobile and playing a fucking rhythm game the entire time. Happy New Year, Leaf. Dusk leather? I have no idea. I don't craft. I've never even heard anyone mention. If it comes from submarines, then you probably just vendor it. Generally, most things from submarines are just vendored. But I don't know the names of any of the vendored items from airships. Yeah, I don't know what it's even used for. Yeah, subs are generally just used for free money. Unlimited money. Oh, actually, I should go to the other side. I'll go to the other side for the second half. Oh, boy. very angry dragon. Wow, it really wants Yeji dead. Yeji, no! Choose life! Nope. The mount is not a guaranteed drop. The hairstyle is not a guaranteed drop. Nothing is a guaranteed drop except 2 armor pieces.
Teleportation magic. Oh, brace yourselves. Aye, so where are we now? And what are these floating ruins?
Yeah, it was only 100 mil because nobody had cleared. Actually, I almost have enough for another hairstyle, don't I? 20. Oh, no, 29. Never mind. Yeah, because I bought a dais for myself, and I bought a hairstyle, so that's what, like, 119 already? Good morning, Axel. It's funny because the mount is actually holding a pretty decent price because more people are buying the hairstyle to sell it. And the minion during bonus is common enough that there's enough of them out there that people are actually getting a lot of those as well. The minion dropping below the dais was unexpected. It says the minion basically is only dropped and sold or used. I mean, I have both the mounts. There are 2 mounts. One is bought, one is not. Well, I'm sorry, one can be sold and the other cannot.
5 of them? This should be interesting.
My army's ethos! Okay, man. Whatever you say. I mean, yeah, I'm usually on that mount most of the time anyway. On one or the other.
You shall be consumed by the cowardice that binds you.
Okay, man. Homeboy's like, man, how did they see that coming?
Twisted by the envy that drives you.
Oh yeah, no, I think all the Archangels they're probably the best voiced characters. And where are you going? That's scaring the shit out. I mean, everyone just, I guess, we went to our ad for melee uptime. Holy shit, those 3 Vuln stacks almost got you murdered.
Cowardice dismembers.
See, most of the time I can be trusted. No, Snowman Mount's gone. It ended about 2 hours ago. It melted.
By the arrogance that consumes you.
It's not on me. Good luck, everyone. Oh, that person's dead.
You shall be defeated by the apathy that plagues you.
Okay, man. Happy New Year. Yes, Happy New Year. What was that tank LB for? Oh, they're actually out of range here slightly.
Cowardice dismembers.
Okay, man. We get it. You guys have cool lines. Good morning, Flynn. Oh, oh, oh. I'm not using 2s here because they normally die pretty quickly. Oh, God. Stepped a little too close for that. Wasn't sure if I was in range. Might actually see cross reaping this time.
Arrogance defiles.
First time I've seen Arrogance Defiles in a while. Bop. Bop. Might have actually been able to use 2s. Nope, no cross reaping. Now give me my earring. That's not an earring. Those are boots. That's literally as far from the ear as possible.
Our next destination. No doubt a warm reception awaits us. Let's go and have a look. What? Why only you? I cannot die. Not until I have eradicated you and your kind from this world.
Time for the one of the biggest yappers we've ever had. Man can out-yap Gaius.
Man trembles before my might.
Golbez is also one of our top yappers. He's up there.
Frail mortals,
I recommend starting with the free trial and reading through the classes to see what you think will fit best for you. Yeah, the shadowy boy's always got a lot to say.
Flames of hatred. Oh, how they burn. There will be naught left of man but smoke and ash.
Yasmat is a big yapper. A lot of them at least say the same line over and over again, though. Shadow Lord literally says something different, like, every single time he opens his mouth.
Kneel before me. Your demise shall portend the extinction of Altana's vile progeny. The darkness within me shall devour you all.
Listen, man, we get it. Yeah, my man's talking all that shit and everyone's alive. I don't know, dude.
This insult
I don't think it's working out.
will scour it away with your blood.
At least he's got that whole Galka's rage thing down pat, you know?
Things give in to the darkness of oblivion. Your funeral dirge has begun. Its mournful notes sing of your demise. Rich as filth, return to the feculent soil that birthed you.
Bro, you don't even know me. Just making an educated guess. Like, well, on average, I'm right.
Behold, as the spate of my rage quenches the candle of your trivial existence.
I don't know, 50% is a lot. You just probably won't see much of this phase. Not to mention, the average PF gets hit by a lot of this stuff, so it's also hard to say in that regard.
Can your vaunted justice withstand the brunt of the deepest rancor and wrath?
What? Got any bound gamers? Oh, actually, there were 0 bound gamers, so he just jumped and slammed everyone. He's like, listen, just because there's no volleyballs doesn't mean I can't go for the dunk.
Till the fires of wrath consume me.
Oh yeah, they've consumed you all right, my friend. Alright, time to lose my card again. I just need to win one. I just need one card. It's still very fast. They have never adjusted it. Aglaya is still good leveling. Assuming your Qs are decent. There go all the pages. Oh, no, I didn't win. Oh, wait. No, no, no. How have I not won a card? You beat me by 1. I had an 87 and you had an 88. At least, I mean, I won the nano minion, so there's always that, but still. Alright, thank you for the runs. I just saw a tweet that I love. When did New Year's become Thanksgiving? Stop telling me everything you're grateful for this past year and start making promises you won't keep.
Chaos, 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 chaos.
Mystic Gamer just
He
subscribed
right.
with Prime.
He right. He right. That's true. That's true. Thank you for the 7 months, Mystic. Hello. It's like, no, he right. He right. Game? Had to make sure my stream didn't also disconnect. Game? That's unusual. Phone. Here it is. All right, get rid of all of that. That's it. You're done playing. Go play Fantasian. But I don't wanna yet. I have something I need to do first. One of those things is pee. It's alright. I'm going home. We're under attack. Only time will tell, Kagura. Its initial sprint is pretty good. No, I've left Dynamis. Yeah, that's good. I think phase 2 of Chaotic is harder than they want Chaotic to be honest. We probably don't see a phase that's as hard as the tile phase in the future of it. In all honesty. Oh, before I do the other thing, let me go do my custom deliveries. Oh, actually, let me pee first, custom deliveries, and then we got to record something. Pee right back. All right. Tense. Look at you counting seconds. Yeah, the Archangels was slightly slower. Probably just not as much AoEing going on for whatever reason. That's generally what I imagine it would be. All right. Custom. Oh, let me go turn in. Wait, actually, are there script NPCs next to what's her face? Imagine potting. I have 700 pots. I might as well. Hello, script exchange. More of your best cordials, please. Tickets, please. That's the wrong menu. Hi, Ivy. Hi, Ivy. What's up? Come on up. Hey, cat time. Sorry. We do love cat time. The headset fell off. She is in heaven right now. She's purring up a storm. She's like, what is this cat time? It's so nice. Happy New Year, Wind. Let go. Ugh. Ivy, hold on. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I've got tons of claw marks on my left arm. Oh, I need to actually swap jobs. But there's cats in Fantasy Texas. In fact, I'm talking to one right now. Oh, Nidoikwe. What issue do you need me to solve next? Yes, give everyone maps. Our budget? Let's get more money. Get back to work, Walika. Get back to work. Oh, Walika. What you need from me this time, Nidoikwe? Alright, what do you need from me next? Alright, top-notch maintenance supplies on the way. What you need, Nidoikwe? What you need? Urkopacha. Alright. Listen, we love the mutton chops. You good, Ivy? You good over there? Alright, let's see. I love my Deus of Darkness. Imagine every time I go to do anything, I do this. Boop. Why dismount normally when I can not? That's 4. And this one. After this, I'll take a short, not doing anything break, and then we will record the video. Nah, just go do the content. Easy. Just win. My Deus is going fine. Thank you. I get it. Because Deus. So how's your Deus going? I get it. I get it. You're getting comfy, Ivy. Good morning, Graf. I should probably do my other custom delivery also. I need my orange scripts. Orange script's good. Who's the other one I want to do today? You take it and enjoy it. Alto! Alright. I can't remember. Excuse me. I can't remember the last time I went at Altos. Yeah, I have the swole tender. But now I'm trying to get to 100 again, so I have 100 for the next mount, whatever it may be. If it's bad, I sell it immediately. If it's good, I take it immediately. Probably mostly just do custom deliveries leading up to that point. Probably my best idea. My best bet. Interesting. Is it this one? Hello. God, it feels like I'm in foreign territory gathering an item in the locks. It's even stranger for me mentally because I'm gathering an item in the locks that's for an NPC in Ishgard. Just because of the release timing of Elto. Dude, can I have my throat clear up so that way I can actually do this recording? Yeah, I definitely need to make sure I give that a bit of time. Or I record it and say fuck it and just clear my throat nonstop. Oh my god. Yeah, this will be a fun video. This will be a fun one. This is me starting 2025 off with a stirring the shit pot video. Next live letter is probably in February. Probably mid-February. Early to mid-February. Video for the chaos. I'm gonna say the thing that nobody wants to hear. The music? What, for the locks? Yeah, the locks is great music. Alright, I need to pull up. Let's see, where is it? Is it this one? Yes. Yeah, this is probably the best place to stop. Yeah, the locks always had good music. Alright, let me do this gathering. I was distracted. I was getting ready. How many of these do I have? 3? Yeah, okay. I need 3 more. Holy shit, this node has 6. Well, I don't need all that. I'll take 3 and be on my way. Alright, and then foundation. God, I can't remember the last time I delivered something to Elto. I only even did Elto because I needed the triple triad card. Well, and I wanted the mount, but like, that's the chief reason I did it. Wait, am I bugging? Oh, I never did that. Alright, that explains it. I can see the quest right there. I come here so infrequently, I didn't even bother doing it. They're like, how would you like to come here more quickly? And I'm like, no. How about I don't? Mazing everyone out? What do you mean mazing? What do you mean? Oh, maxing. I was like, oh, maxing all of these out. Hello, Mr. Elto. Good old custom deliveries. Yeah, I still have like 3 of them. I think it was like Monago, Kurenai, and like one other one that aren't done. And I'm just like, I'm good. I'm like, that's acceptable. Ah, and Charlemagne. Thank you, Mr. Elto. Oh, time to go to my favorite AFK spot. Technically, dragons don't even bother identifying that way, dead guy. It's very complicated. Script exchange, here we go. And 2 more mount tokens for the pile. See? I'll make my way back to that. Happy New Year, URSF. Alright, give me a few minutes. Let me chill, and then I'll do my raid plan COD car video. And then after that, I'll do Fantasian for a bit, maybe. One sec. Pros and cons of both, and the truth. What do you mean the requirement? You're surprised it's a gathering related mount at all? It's not even that bad. I found that the script mounts are much more consumable or digestible than the what are they called? Than the Tiaitia. The melees don't eat good in raid plan. If that's what you're referring to. The melees, the outside melees have a terrible time. For no reason, they just have to run away from the boss. For no reason at all. They're just like, yeah, go bait. The Northwest melees. That's not, wait, that's not 100% true either. A Northwest melee can, if you're referring to the tiles, they can end up on the East platform. So I'm not sure what you're even referring to there. Respect your melees. I think I understand what you're saying. But no, it's going to be a pros and con video. It's not going to be completely dunking on raid plan. I am going to assess at the end that I think one is better. But I'm actually going to go over the 2 biggest problems with both strats. Because there is a common issue between both of them. And that's going to be my favorite part of the video. I'm going to actually grab whatever the most recent one specifically is in COD car and not use the 25 guys one. I guess technically that's the one you DM'd me. The one that Lyle sent you without telling any of us he sent you, but we also never once used in all of our reclears. Lyle's a ninth. We gotta remember, Lyle's a ninth man. So he knows how to do this shit. He's a seasoned ninth man. No, I'll give you something even better, T-Rex. The number one problem, and this will be in the video, is that people do both strats wrong, and no matter what strat it is, when you do it wrong, the strat literally stops mattering. Because all of the pros and cons go out the window when people die. There's literally no advantage to either strat the moment people start dying and recovery isn't correct. Both strats lose all purpose. All strats lose all purpose. It's the fight design, which that's what it'll boil down to, is the fight design. Oh yeah, don't worry. I have a statement for the A buffs, because Alliance B has their fizz ranged in Narnia. And traditionally speaking, ranged are jobs with buffs. So unless you're deliberately putting Pictomancers there or Machinists there, I don't know about you, but I don't want my Dancer to be out of range of giving me their buffs. And I don't want my Bard to be out of range of giving me their buffs. And I don't want my Summoner to be out of range of giving me their buff. And I don't want my Red Mage to not be able to hit me with Magic Barrier. Yeah, I've seen a warrior primal rend from the outside platform back in. So there's the warrior one of them leaving tiles. I've seen one of a warrior returning to the tiles with primal rend instead of using a teleport. Also, yeah, Picto out there is bad too because it's a buff. Yeah, just give me a few minutes and I'll get it set up. Well, the big thing is, McGavin, the way the towers work, you either need so much MIT to survive, it's unrealistic you'll live, or your MIT actually doesn't matter. So the way the towers work, if you partially miss one, it doesn't do that much damage, but it gives you vuln stacks per person who missed the tower. If you miss a tower completely, it does 200,000 damage. And if people don't heal the stack and spread players in between the hits, they're just dead. There's no shot they survive, even if they're just at half health with MIT, they're dead. All of the people who did stack or spread are going to be dead. Well, maybe not the tank. But that's up to your healers in PF. But the raid plan, so effectively, the raid plan is the worst strat of the two. But I'll get into that in the video. There's a lot of reasons for that. But it is but being standard, we've had plenty of standard strats that could be better. Looking at E9S, my strat was not the best strat. Myth strat was a worse strat, but also worked. And the best strat nobody used. You know how hard it was to get people to do fucking Shenanigans in E8 SPF? It was the better strat, but everyone wanted to do Ilya. It was the same deal. The general issue is player skill, yeah. Because the strategies don't matter as soon as people screw up. That's it. It's literally a player issue strat. People not knowing where their tower is, people not knowing this, not knowing that. And then nobody being able to take accountability for recovering because they just want to fucking live, dude. But there are pros and cons to both. There are genuine pros to each and cons to each. I do think I find it personally unacceptable that there's a 25% chance that tank LB can just fail in raid plan. That to me is an unacceptable risk. I really don't like that's a potential problem. Also, the actual the swaps make it so there's effectively always going to be spot healing, which is another big problem. There should not be spot heal. Like, the whole point of COD Car is to keep everybody in range of their party to some capacity. To me, that's the only thing unacceptable, is that you can end up in a situation, which is technically you can remedy it. It would, however, if you try to remedy it, it creates another problem, which is not as bad of a problem, but it's just annoying. Dude, if they increase the heal and tank LB, yeah, there's no problem with it at all. If they make it 80 yalms, the arena's 80 yalms total. So if they make it 80 yalms, then yeah, problem goes away. How does it fail? The tank LB3 only has a 50 yalm range. It does not hit, it's not automatic. It has a range. There's a 25% chance that one of the tanks is not in the tile. Like, one of the alliances doesn't have a tank in the tiles. If your tanks are on opposite sides of the room, you cannot tank LB3 for both of them. So one of them can tank LB3 and they'll save 4 people, but the other 4 people are guaranteed dead. At least with I guess I'm looking at ours. They can save some of the people, but they can't save all of the people. So effectively, you've lost the whole advantage of tank LB3, because as soon as people are dead, that's when everything falls apart. Yeah, they increased the range before, and then they're like, by the way, the arenas are way fucking bigger now. Yeah, and I'm not going to use Atma's points in their own FAQ. I'm going to use my... I already went over this last night, so I know exactly what I have to say and what I want to say. There are other disadvantages that I don't think anyone considers. They're things that I personally am less comfortable taking risks with. A big one is putting 6 people on one side of the ad to bait the lasers. I have so many issues with that. No, I'm not making another guide. I'm going to talk about the pros and cons of what the 2 standard strats are. I genuinely have an issue with putting 6 people. I have actually 2 or 3 issues with it.
To the community.
I have several issues with it. But at the end of the day, also, it doesn't matter if you just do it correctly. That's it. That's literally, it also doesn't matter if you just do it correctly. Like, the fundamental issue I have with it is only because it creates failure states. But if you just do it correctly, there are no failure states. That's it. Thank you for the gifted subs. That was 5. I gotta do some matcharoos. Thank you, QCAC. I got a matcharoo. Yeah, you can do that. If you want to put all your hypermits on one side and guarantee tank will be the other, that technically is a safety net. But I'll also say this.
Chaos. Chaos. Chaos.
Chaos.
Chaos. Chaos. Chaos.
How do I want to put this?
We're happy subjects gifted 5.
It was better if people understand how the towers work in the first place.
Chaos. Chaos.
Chaos.
Chaos. Chaos. Chaos.
Chaos.
Chaos. Okay, so my other issue is... So I have 2 issues with 6 people on one side to do the baits. One, I feel like the odds of people killing each other is a lot higher. Those are not narrow beams. And I even in any strat, across any spread strat that's ever existed, players have a habit of being too close to the boss. And if you're too close, you die. That's just it. Like if you are if you're maybe a step or two too far in, you're going to die. Like they're chunky enough that being in the hitbox is certainly going to kill you. So everyone does need to make sure they're properly responsible. But that's not even the main issue I have with it. The main issue I have with it, what if the boss cleaves left right after? I don't trust people to even get out of range in COD Car. Like, to remember to swap sides. I don't even trust them with that in COD Car. And COD Car, it's made to be safe to swap sides. Like, it's minimal movement for anyone to get to either side. Like, that's part of the design of the, like, back left, back right flank. That has nothing to do with positionals. That's because it minimizes the amount of movement that you have to do to get to the other side. Whether you need to do it after the first cleave or before the third cleave, if it's even, you know, if it's cleave spot, not that big a deal. However, I will say this, if it's cleave spread and you have to cross to the other side, I don't trust 6 people to line up properly after doing the double cleave. You know what I mean? Or if it's cleave, spread, cleave, what if you need to go from right side of the boss to left side of the boss, back to right side of the boss, but now all 6 people have to do that movement? Realistically, the person north and south barely moves. They always have it easy. That's fair. It's situations like that that are created that I don't think are healthy to have. I feel like they create unnecessary risks at the highest failure rate prone mechanic in the entire fight. Because most groups that wipe the towers 1 because of the platforms screwing up spread stack. Or spread pairs, I guess I should say. The second highest failure rate mechanic is the towers post-Looming Chaos. But the towers post-Looming Chaos usually go wrong because people died before Looming Chaos, and then it's a shit show regardless. That's what I mean. It's like, it's how many ways can you create failure states and how you can minimize failure states. Oh. So it's literally that. But again, the common theme will be in this video, if you do them right, it literally doesn't matter which you do as long as you just follow the plan. That's the truth of the matter. And that actually brings the most major con to COD Car that I'll bring up in the video. The major con is not the strat. It's how many iterations it took to get to the one that is now final. And people just don't like relearning certain bits to try to improve small things that were already working. We've seen that historically. NA has a really big habit of constantly changing something to make it, quote, better when it was already working. And that usually is reflected poorly when it comes to random parties. So that's the biggest con of COD Car, is that it changed as we better understood the fight. It changed even if it was still functional like early on. That's like a con that Raid Plan technically has that, but everyone's ignored that by not looking at the updated raid. Like, there are updated Raid Plan strats. There are. Nobody looks at them. Everybody just links the original. Like, Aurelia has updated it and said there are new options, there are new strats, like, and said why you would do. Nobody gives a shit. They just do the original one. For, again, the same reason why. It's because that's what they have and that's the reference they have. I'll also say the other con to COD Car was definitely PowerPoint slides. I'll say it. I didn't like it either, but that's nothing wrong with the strat. PowerPoint, you can't list PowerPoint as a con. Like, that's not reflective of the strat. That's the delivery method. And there is a raid plan now too. But there is a raid plan for COD Car also. So, you know. And yeah, healers out is the one thing I wouldn't recommend doing. Healers out. I've tested healers out, and healers out is putting as the strat that puts the most trust in people. It puts simultaneously the least trust in people and the most trust in people. It's like, I don't trust everyone will do it right, so I'll put my healers in a spot where they can save any situation. But that requires the player that screwed up to then be able to fix it after they're rezzed. Tell me you... I did it earlier. Raise your hand if you trust people to fix their positioning after they die. Raise your hand if you trust people to fix their positioning after they die. If they're inside and they get rezzed by the outside healer, raise your hand if you trust them to get back inside cleanly. And no, you can't include yourself. I'm not gonna lie. Last time I tried to do it, I died anyway, so. You trust me to go to the other side? Do you trust me not to get fucking finger blasted by lasers on the way? Because the last time that happened, last time I tried to do it, that's what happened. Yeah, you'll find that there's a common theme. I don't trust anyone, and that's okay. Bro, you know what we need? We need a 1v1 PvP mode. Ready for this? It's a 1v1 PvP mode. There's 2 players and 3 PvP tiles. And all you're doing is playing a game of chicken with the person on the other tile. So it's like there's 1 tile between the 2 of you, and you're trying to create a situation where like, who dies first? Like, that's it. It's just, but I just want it to be a 1v1. That's a gold saucer ass game right there. Anxiety simulator. No, okay, so even better. I'll do it even better, right? If you both survive, you both win. But if only one of you survives, only you win, and the reward is twice as big. So you can either win... You can win double, both be winners, or one person can lose. This is the classic, like, here's $10,000. If you take the $10,000, someone you don't know will be shot in the head. It's something akin to that. The prisoner's dilemma. If you don't take it, then you'll still get $5,000, but the other person will get $5,000. It's funny. Dude, tell me that would be so funny if they did that as a mode. Yeah, we'll do Fall. Yeah, for Fall Guys. No, for Fall Guys, they could genuinely do like. Isn't there a Minecraft PvP server where it's like a battle arena, but it's all sand, and as you walk over it, the sand falls? I feel like that's a thing. So like as you're PvPing, like every time a tile is stepped on, it removes a tile underneath you. So you either have to knock them off or just like the platform gradually degrades or something like that. Spleef? Okay, yeah. Yeah, that. I remember seeing that in Minecraft where the sand just gradually falls. Happy New Year, Dragon. In Fall Guys, I don't remember which one it is in Fall Guys. Hexagon. Does Hexagon, do they disappear as you walk over them, or do they just gradually disappear? I guess it's kind of the same thing. Because Fall Guys has a few different versions. And then there's also the Mario Party version, where it's just like the mushrooms, where it's just one mushroom's the correct color, and everybody has to rush for the same mushroom. Okay, then Hexagon is what I'm referring to, yes. Oh, you know what? You're right. That was from like the really early days, I think. I remember seeing a video of Hexagon. Yeah. We need Hexagon in the next Fall Guys event. We need that. That's the one. Yeah, put Hexagon in the next one. Yeah, because it's a bunch of different layers, and your idea is to stay on each layer you're on as long as possible. So that way, you know, because obviously you don't want to fall through a billion of them. Hexagon had a lot of cheaters. Yeah, well, our Fall Guys had cheaters immediately as well. What, did people like speed hack so that their character would like hit every tile except one immediately, and then they would do that for 7 layers or some shit? Or they just floated. That's a much simpler way. My way would look way funnier. All right, let me get this ready. We're gonna do this recording here. Yeah, so we're gonna record a video that are the pros and cons of both raid strategies. Raid plan versus COD car. The real reason you can't clear chaotic and PF. Oh man, what a video title name. What zone should I go to for background? I think I'll go to solution 9. Bro, just wait till you see the clickbait for chaotics. When I talk about the clear rates, I'm gonna do a video on the clear rates, and it's literally I'm gonna screenshot Materia's number, or like Dynamis's number. Oh, you know what? Actually, I'll go back to Idle Shire and I'll just get on the mount, and I'll be like, the clear rates for chaotic are quite telling, and it's gonna be the like Dynamis clear rate of like 500 people, and it's gonna be like, uh-oh. And then I'll go through the actual clear rates, and it'll actually be about how JP is just better than everyone. Title of that video could be Clear Rates for Chaotic are quite telling. Bro, that's going to be the best part. People who don't watch the video are literally going to instantly be like, I knew that nobody was doing this content. Be like, bruh. Well, they don't even have a healthier PF. They use Raid Finder. Do you know how many more clears we would have on NA if all of these different groups at the same prog point weren't different groups? It's like, bruh, you have 12 people. You have 12 people. You're both on the same thing. And yet there's like 40 PFs up. Dude, I'm going to lose my voice. There's like 40 PFs up. Well, I mean, the story is basically single player. I mean, you'll be playing with other people at some points, but the story itself is basically single player. Genuinely speaking, just being able to use the raid finder in JP is actually a big reason why it's just not as clear. But to be fair, also the PF in JP doesn't have as many prog liars because you will get ousted. The whole like the rumor of like the JP universal blacklisting is not like a real thing unless you're like hyper toxic apparently. Or like you're an actual absolute fucking menace. Sorry, we don't call it the raid finder anymore. It is called the high-end duty finder. Most of us still call it raid finder because that's what it was originally called. But the way JP does things is they PF until they like know the fight and are like close to clearing, and then they either get the clear in the PF and then go to raid finder, or they then join raid finder to get their clear. Effectively, PF is only for practice in JP, and then raid finder is what they'll use otherwise. So it just bashes them together more consistently. It just means you don't have a situation where there's a fucking billion parties all at the same prog point just not joining each other and then fighting for the same resources of players. Let's see. Where is 5 parties all looking for 1 heal? Is that it? How do I want to do this? Let me put this over here. Let me put this over here. Let me redo this. Yeah, I mean, that's another thing. A lot of people keep forgetting how many mistakes there are in phase 1. Like, even in 25 chill guys, do you know how often people just get doomed or damage downed or die or forget that it's arrow or forget that it's death or don't remember if they were front or back or don't look at the back of the room and do lasers? Like, sometimes you get into, like, a swap party, and phase 1 has, like, 15 deaths. And it's like, bro, I've already given up mentally. All right, let me see how this looks setup-wise. Okay, this is good. I'm confident enough with this. All right. All right, let's do this. Oh my god. I guess we hello? Arena? Does the arena not load till the hello? Raid plan? Load the arena? Hello? Refresh? Okay, so first con for the raid plan, it doesn't fucking load. Alright, first con. The raid plan won't fucking load. To be fair, I don't need the arena to showcase it, but like, I would like to have it. Okay, but I don't have to open COD card because I'm just going to use this. I don't need anything else. That's it. I'm just going to use this. Why pull up the PowerPoint? It's so slow. Go do something else. Bruh. Alright, maybe we'll record this video in like 10 hours when it loads. Alright, I'll just wait. Alright, con number 1 will be the raid plan. Took me several minutes to load. Yeah, I love fish and chips car. I love fish and chips car. Fish vehicle. I had this issue the other day, but it only took about 45 seconds to a minute. It failed to find the Discord image it used as an arena. Uh-oh. Alright. The video might have gotten harder to use at this point. Okay, so con number 1 for the raid plan. Yeah, maybe I just used the cheat sheet. I'll give it a minute. But if they have a cheat sheet, it basically achieves the same thing. All right. Well, that's not the con I expected to start with. But okay. Wait. We have to stop calling it raid plan then. It just has to be called Aurelia. Oh no, I don't want to do that to them. I've been down that road. You don't want it named after you. There's also 5 raid plans at the bottom. Like, God damn it. I understand one is a phase 1 raid plan and one is a phase 2 raid plan and one's just in Dutch. And then there's the healer out one, but still, no one's going to use those. Yeah, this is WFJ, and then healer out is at the bottom. Guys, I don't think the raid plan works anymore. Somebody have the cheat sheet that is effectively similar to what I was going to do. I should zoom in to this and then just... I can do this if need be. Why does it look like an owl? No. Refreshing won't work. The image is gone. Okay. This should... For fuck's sake, dude. Here we go. Okay. I personally don't like these bramble positions either, but you know, that's just me. The main reason I don't like these bramble positions is how the inside brambles have to be done. Again, why the fuck are the melees doing the bramble? I'll never forgive this strat for making the melees do these inside brambles. I don't know how anyone sees that and goes, yeah, that's great. Also, they have to run through that narrow-ass safe section in order to... They have to fucking do the loop around. It's so fucking stupid. Why would you make them do... Like, if you're gonna make the melees do a shit bramble, do the outside ones. You know what I mean? Do the outside one. Like, don't make them do the inside ones. The inside, it's like, oh, well, they're closer to the boss. They can run through the boss for a GCD. And it's like, okay, and the rest of them? That might be the second most unforgivable thing. And it's during a 1 minute also. Yeah, that's true. It's during a 1 minute. Yeah, monks are like, oh wow, range moves, great. It's a pot window. It's a 5-minute pot window. But imagine using a 5-minute pot. There's some jobs where I can't argue using the, like on Bard, in this, oh, for my Sidewinder? And my Apex and Blast? Wait, those spread positions are terrible. That's so funny. I mean, I'm just showing you the PF strat. I'm just showing you raid plan. That's all I'm just showing you the plan. That's all I'm doing. I appreciate the effort for OCD people right here, putting M1, M2, R1, R2 all in order. It doesn't matter, but I appreciate that they had enough OCD and did it for OCD people to actually line them up in like a in like a nice like a logical lineup. Yeah, the alliances aren't listed, but they're color-coded, which, by the way, I'm fucking colorblind. You're lucky these colors are different enough. All right, yeah, I think this will work. Also, this aggravates me too. The fact that Alliance A, I mean, to be fair, I actually think this is a problem with the diagram that they're using for this. You should just have the ring. Like, put the ring on the side here instead of just using the boss hitbox. Like, if you have the ring of the arena, I feel like both of these make a lot more sense. Because, like, ours is entirely ring relative. And so, it's easier to communicate in visual. Yeah, you know, I actually hadn't even thought of that. Why would you make the healer do the pair bait? If the pair bait gets fucked up, you don't want the healer to eat it alone and die. Why would you make the healer bait the pair itself? if you put a DPS in and the healer fucks up and they're too far away, and the melee dies, too fucking bad, right? The healer gets them up, and it's not the end of the world. It wouldn't even change all the rest of the positioning. That's toxic. I didn't even think about that. That wouldn't even have been in the video. See, now you guys are finding new things for me to not like about Raid Plan. But it's still a pros and cons video, because there are pros and cons to both. There are. There are pros to this over Codcar, and there are pros to Codcar over this. It is not a shit on Raid Plan video. It might seem that way at times, but it's not going to be. Trust me, the end message will wrap it all up. But why does the healer? Also, by the way, this is a problem not with the strat. This is a problem with this specific diagram. Why would you put two separate tower diagrams on the right side, and you treat this like this is Alliance A's entire assignment? This is just the way this website has it. The actual raid plan doesn't do this. The raid plan didn't have this mistake. So I'll say that this is just a result of the way that this is described. But it's like, this makes it seem like Alliance A always does north and south. And I'm just, the way, you see what I mean? Like, it makes it seem like Alliance A is always a north-south and Alliance B is always an east-west. It just communicates that. Obviously, it doesn't take more than one pull to realize that's not how it works. But it just bothers me that this isn't like one diagram that says like north clockwise and south clockwise. You know what I mean? Because that's all it should be. It should be MT. It should be, you know, MT and the Alliance A 1-2 north clockwise, and healer and Alliance A 2s go clockwise. But yeah, that's just. It's literally, it's not, it wasn't a problem in the raid plan. It's only a problem with the way Raid Bin has it set. Just personal opinion. Now I want to see if there's anything else I don't like about either of them. I don't need to talk about the brambles. I'm going to lose my mind talking about the brambles. I need to zoom out to even do these. I'm fucking loading properly. I have so many issues with the brambles. Yeah, exactly, dead guy. Knowing the fight is half the battle. Sure is. Yeah, so healer baits for pairs. I can't get over the brambles. The funny thing is, I don't like the bramble placement on the inside tile either. Like you see the far east-west ones. That I don't like already. The melee then being responsible for two of them, and the two that are the worst to do. At least your healer is payphone? I guess, you know? I'd rather my melee be payphone. There's no healing happening here. There's no damage happening here unless somebody messes up a vine. I don't think it makes sense to make the melee do it. Unless you only have... No, I don't think it makes sense to make all 4 DPS do it at all. Make all of your ranged do it. If you have 3... Okay, let me rephrase. If you have 3 ranged and a healer available and you can assign them to the platform, make them do it. The healer has nothing to gain or lose from this section. There's only auto attacks. There's no raid wide associated with this part at all. Just let your melee payphone. That's it. Just let your melee payphone the whole thing. Honestly, even if you have 2 ranged, it doesn't make any fucking sense. Okay, and also let me rephrase this. if I'm gonna make the melee do it, make them do the two that are on the edge. Don't make them run through the fucking thing and go around the outside bramble. Like, making them run through that narrow-ass corridor and then, you know, divot out to the side. And then have to go all the way back around to go back. Don't just make the healer do it. See, we have 3 ranged and a healer. Like, even, okay, let me put it this way. No matter what, you meant to say 3 range, not 2 range. No, don't make the tank do it isn't even the worst thing. The boss wouldn't even move that much. The melee could just follow the tank, and honestly, it's still better. But it's not great. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, that's the problem. I would still make 1 healer do it over 1 of the ranged. Like, in all honesty, I would still make a healer take 1 of the range spots. And don't lock double melee for this. The more range you have, the better. Having more fake melees in this fight is better than having more actual melees. Yeah, which is why you just don't do raid plan, Guffles. To be fair, all you have to do is call M1 or M2 and then follow the diagrams. Like, that's it. It doesn't matter what you assign or who goes where. It doesn't matter if it's weird to not, like, yeah, okay, it's simple to say all 4 DPS do it. Great. Bro, it doesn't matter. There's a diagram that tells everyone where to go. If you're going to make a healer do it, it's the same diagram. Like, they have to look at it anyway. Keeping uptime, you're right. Keeping uptime and raid buffs is not important at all. Surviving and being in the correct spot is actually all that matters. It can't change now. Lasers, whatever. What are you going to say about lasers? There's nothing there. The looming, you already know my issue. Looming runs into the issue of there's a 25% chance there's no tank LB3 in the middle of the room. So, a bunch of people might get missed if you do it. That's it. And why add that risk? But let's be honest, you never make it to Looming Chaos with 24 people alive, and if they are alive, they're not in the right spot. So Looming Chaos is fucked anyway. It ends up not mattering regardless of strat because it's fucked. And you're just going to be picking up pieces for the next fucking 2.5 minutes anyway. So, get over it. You're just all you're praying for at this point is the chasers live and don't go to the platforms. That's genuinely all your hope. Like, you might like, oh, you know, we lost a few people to towers. Or, you know, oh, maybe not enough people are alive for spreads, right? But you're also just like, as long as the chasers don't die and then retarget to the platform and kill everyone on the platform, we've got a shot. I have yet to be teleported to the correct location. Yeah, you just pray there's enough people alive. No, that's genuinely it. Like, I can't, it's barely a pro or a con. Okay, but I think we're good. Let me zoom out a little bit here. And do this, I guess, so that everything is in line. Yeah, that should work. No, the site's cool. I like this site. The only thing I don't like is this section right here. The north, south, and east, west tower. Where, like, the fact that this is 2 different slides. I'd rather this just be consolidated. It's just the raid bin site for Cloud of Darkness. This is the only thing I don't like about the site. However, like I said, with raid plan, we've run into an issue where the image was deleted and now the raid plan everybody has doesn't fucking show the arena. So that's a concern for the next day. Until this is fixed, which I'm assuming it can be. That's a problem. It works for you. Don't refresh. Whatever you do, don't refresh. Because if you do, it might not load. I have a go on Kaladin. Or save it before you refresh. The arenas, whatever. Listen, I wish I could agree, and I do on a personal level. But that's because I know what I'm doing. Also, let me also present to you something Atma actually stated. When PF stops doing this, unless somebody makes another Discord exclusively that uses raid plan, all the COD car leaders use COD car. So guess what you're going to be doing if you go into fucking radar? Like, do you, like, you may seem normal now, but now, to be fair, somebody could just make another Discord and say this Discord uses raid plan. And technically, Radar has no problems with somebody coming in and saying they're using raid plan. There's literally no problem. In fact, there was a post saying that please don't harass people about what strat they post under. Just read the post. If somebody posts doing raid plan and you join it, you're doing raid plan. Don't bitch and moan about it being not being COD car. And if it's COD car, don't bitch and moan about it being raid plan. Just join, read, and then join. And like say, oh, I do that. Yeah. Great. That being said, all the people who run COD car are using COD car. So as less people who want to host party finders show up, less people are going to do it. Another 20 Discords created. All right, let's do the video. All right, so y'all are not going to exist for a little bit because this is going on the YubTubs. All right. Actually, let me start like this, and I'll just start in game in G pose. Let me get in full gear too. Hold on. Bro, did you just see the tile was gone? I was a god for a brief moment. Hold on, I want to do that again. Equip my fruit weapon, god damn it. Now save it. Damn it. I'll never recapture it. No, look at the screen, you fucking idiot. There you go. There you go. This copy of the raid plan. Yeah, I might as well, real quick. This if it's a copy of it and it's the same thing. That is a different link. That's not O1Z. Where is this? So I'm gonna give it a second, but it ain't looking so hot. Let's make another copy. Error, failed to load image. Be sure to use a direct image. Like that, the arena literally isn't at the URL. You can see it right here. Oh, you know what? Is the image private if you're not in the Discord where it was initially posted? Is that what happened? It might be private to if you have to be in the Discord. You have to like actually be a member of the Discord where the image is posted. Are you in the Discord where the image was initially posted? Because that might be it. It might be like private access. No? Oh, then fuck it. It just doesn't work. I tried to find a logical solution, and there wasn't one, I guess. Yeah, I think that's it. The image could be cached. Cached. The image is cached, if you will. Yep. It's gone. If you've opened it before, you might actually have the image in your cookies or something like that. Yeah, that one I've had to replace it like multiple times, Kindless. I think it's just Discord, to be honest. I should just upload it to Imgur. In fact, I'm going to do that now. I'm going to upload it to Imgur. No, I don't need any slides specifically. I'm just going to use the site. I just wanted to see if I could get it working real quick. I'm going to upload it to Imgur. Wait, why is it on my downloads? Did I not just download? Oh, I didn't actually. I only opened the new one. Oh my god, it's a WebP file. Fucking kill me. Alright, no, it's just because it's opened from... I have to just save it from Discord directly. That's fine. Happy New Year, Nathan. What we've learned more than anything now is that... none of us know how Discord handles images and should have stopped using it. That's what we've really learned from this. That's our bad. Okay? Alright, let me go to my guide. And now it's an Imgur link, so it won't fucking break. I should have learned in Discord and get her. Yay! Okay. Now I think we can do it. By the way, I'll also be honest, I prefer the way raid bin is set. I quite frankly, I fucking hate raid plans. I always want a cheat sheet that I can just glance over at, not one I need to scroll through. It's why like raid plan PowerPoint doesn't matter. I never want to use any of that. I always want like an easy to access infographic cheat sheet on my other monitor or on my phone. I'll always take something laid out like this over something that's laid out. And even this, I even prefer the COD card layout for the cheat sheet. Personally, I don't care for the raid plan. I don't care for it being just a bunch of different images that I have to fucking scroll through. So, That literally has nothing to do with the strats. I don't like the PowerPoint slide for COD car. I don't like the raid plan for raid plan. Yeah, if they have a cheat sheet slide, that's great. Which now I think both of them technically... I know COD car has a cheat sheet slide now. Again, we went over this earlier. Raid plans, PowerPoints, good for learning. Cheat sheets? Okay. Let's get into the video. Let's do it. We're going to start with this off, and then we're just going to turn it on as we start. Hey everyone, Mr. Happy here. Excuse me for my raspy voice. I appear to be losing it just as we're about to go into 2025. And I figured we're going to start 2025 with a fun video. Something I've never done. I've probably talked about things like this in like State of the Realm or like on stream or whatever. But I'm going to make a video comparing strats for the current chaotic raid. There's a bit of discourse. There's two main strats. Technically, there's more, but I'll brief mention of those. We don't need to get too much into it. But there's what is being called as raid plan or Aurelia, which, funnily enough, as we'll talk about in this video, might just need to be called Aurelia because the raid plan is not working for me anymore. The images in the back won't load. And there's COD car, which is actually very similar to the strat that my group cleared with, or not even cleared with, that we refined after we cleared. It's put together by a number of people, and the logic behind both of them actually has different pros and cons. And some people like one and some people like the other. So we're going to look at the pros and cons of both of them. And at the end of this video, I'm going to tell you what the main problem is with the strats in general, because there's actually like an overarching problem between both of them that's shared. And some of you might figure out what that is. If you've been playing for a long time, you probably know what it is already. But those of you who might be newer, this might be like the first time you're hopping in. There might be like one element about both that you're not considering when trying to choose which one to do. So I was originally going to pull up the raid plan itself for a raid plan, because that's what it's called. However, like I said, I've tried several different make a copies, and apparently when I click make a copy, the background image has not been loading. This actually happened in my own guide video too. I posted a Discord image, and I guess Discord has changed the way that they save images. So what's happened is the raid plan itself no longer has the arena on it. So while you can, if you know the fight, you know the arena, you can technically divine all these positions. I guess I can't use it for this video. Wish I'd done this a day earlier. Fortunately, raidbin.com/COD has just kind of like an infographic on everything. The different assignments for Alliance A and C, Bramble movement stuff. So I'm going to use this instead. And I'll be honest, I quite frankly don't like either raid plan or PowerPoint. First con for both of them. And this is a fight where having a reference sheet, a cheat sheet, is, I think, invaluable, especially given that you may know the fight, but you might get a different assignment to a different alliance in any given party finder. So being able to quickly look at, okay, that's the spot. To me, that's just a better format in general. And this is closer to that, so I actually kind of prefer this layout more. I believe COD car added a cheat sheet to the first slide as well. So I think that's the first improvement. Make sure you have cheat sheets available for stuff like this. There's just in the future, chaotic assignments, there's too many of them to have to scroll through every single thing and see where you belong for every mechanic, versus just being able to go, okay, insert, 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 insert. And then you can even just call out. It's actually very similar to the way that JP uses macros. They effectively do a cheat sheet in text form, and everyone just calls a spot instead of like doing the whole marker dance and everything. So that's number one. Con for both, I think, for me, was the layout, but still good for learning the fight, just not good for referencing back. Make sure there's cheat sheets in the future. So now we're going to go mechanic by mechanic, specifically in phase 2, for how you want to do either raid plan or COD car. The reason we're not doing phase 1, other than Alliance A, B, and C being left, right, and center or left, center, right in retrospective or in respective order, for like the wild charges or, you know, just giving people information, the positioning is not really the thing that needs to be talked about there. Everyone just understands that phase 1, you know, the mistakes come from people forgetting which hand they have, not paying attention to the arrow or death cast, or getting lost because they don't remember what alliance they're in, and flare. The issues have nothing to do with either the raid plan or COD car. It's just not a phase that really has a strategy It is just tracking a whole bunch of debuffs and things on the boss. So we're going to jump right into what I think is the main problem phase for the entire fight. And that is the second Deluge of Darkness, where the arena splits between the PvP tiles and the outside platforms. So we're going to go mechanic by mechanic and talk about the pros and cons of each of them. First, we have raid plans strategy here. So this is what the layout looks like. True north, mind you. So each of these Stygians on the side platforms, the tank will face them north, and then you will do these arrangements. So you can see that Alliance A, which will have the ring to the left side of the boss, the outside ring. That's another thing. I kind of wish they had the outside ring here. That's not, I don't really consider it a con because I understand the fight. But like, effectively just having the ring as like a reference point visually to me. If the arena loaded like it does on raid plan, wouldn't be a problem. That's actually just something with raid bin. So we'll move past that. So it has, for the spreads during the first third Art of Darkness, it has main tank north, supports north and south. Very normal. And then 4 DPS on the side, you know, M1, R1 top left and R2, M2 bottom left. And then when you look at Alliance B, it's the opposite because they need to be aiming away from the center of the room. And that's really the chief thing here, is that all of the spread beams are being aimed away from the center of the room. So, pro of this is that you effectively know you're always lining up along the outside ring. So even though you are facing the boss north, the outside ring becomes your reference point to such a degree that it's pretty easy to find your spot here. It's pretty easy to remember your spot for something like this. Of course, it fulfills the condition of needing to aim everything away. So in terms of just performing the mechanic correctly, there's technically not an issue. And I'd also like to point out that Raid Bin actually visually covers a problem that I have with putting everyone on the same side in creating that red ring for melee range. My chief concern with this is players standing too close. These things aren't super wide, the spreads, but they're not narrow either. So it's very easy for a player to just be too far forward and get clipped by two. The Raid Bin is doing its due diligence here by making sure people understand they need to be outside of that max melee range if they want to be completely safe from this. So that's a con to me for this, but as long as you understand that, not a problem. And then the pairs, really, realistically, no problem with the pair itself, but I'll get into something I'm not a fan of about that either. There's actually a couple of things about the pairs I'm not a fan of. One of them I only realized just before recording this video. And then the towers or whatever. The tower assignments are, one group is north clockwise, one group is south clockwise, and you just go. For Raid Bin in particular, again, this doesn't happen in the raid plan. The raid plan is perfectly fine for the way it was organized. I don't like the way this is visually shown. It makes it look like Alliance A is always doing north-south and Alliance C is always doing east-west. That can be remedied super easily. And as soon if you've done the fight even a single time, you understand that's not how it works. So it's not really a con, but it's just the presentation of it I'm not a fan of. And then Alliance B is just the same, but everyone's on the other side. So, number one thing that, first thing that I find is a con for this. I already mentioned the all on one side, me being afraid of the lasers. Another thing I have a problem with is the potential for effectively putting, I'll say 4 players, not 6, at a major potential problem point when it comes to the boss doing cleaves. So, you're effectively putting all 6 people on the same side of the boss, but 2 people only have to take a step over to get out. If the boss does the cleave on the respective side of the room right after the spread, and especially if there was not a lot of mitigation for the spread or people didn't get healed, but like the moment the spread hit, there's a good chance it just hits somebody as they're moving through the boss to the other side. That's a matter of individual responsibility. I don't really knock it too much, but it does create a potential point where I would be concerned. Just thinking about the average party finder, like I can say, oh, if people do it right, then it's not a problem, but I have to consider the likelihood of a mistake happening. And this creates that scenario where more people are innately at risk of certain patterns from the boss. And like I said, this is pros and cons. So we'll talk about the Codcar has other issues with this exact same mechanic. Then we come to the pairs. So technically R2 has to run far. Honestly, not a con. Like it looks like it here, but it's such a short run for R2 because you're so close to the boss that I don't consider the person furthest east-west having to run extra really much of a con. It is more of a distance to run than Codcar for that person, so I would be a little safe I would still make sure you have Mitt. Make sure that there's maybe a heal right after the pair lands, especially if the pair is the second hit that lands and not the third. But that's not even it. I actually have a chief concern with the healer being the person doing the bait for this mechanic. Now, I hadn't really thought about this before because I started thinking about it in just successful terms. Yeah, of course, the main tank and healer, this is their static position. Of course, they should be baiting. And I think that's the reason for it here. That being said, if a bait goes wrong, like let's say the melee is, somehow too far away. They're not that big, but they're not that small either. So the other melee would really have to have screwed the healer in the first place here. The healer eating it alone is not ideal. If I'm the healer here, I'm probably super mitting myself. Like if I'm a sage, I'm probably going to Toracole myself, give myself personally a Zoid shield or a Crassus shield or something like that. Because you can survive them alone. They do like 200,000 damage and you have like 130,000. So even the tank throwing, like I would recommend the tank throwing spot mitt on a healer on the platforms no matter what. Just because it's safer. Like you want the healer to live no matter what. You want your rezzers to live no matter what. So even that's a problem I have, but again, it's not really a major problem. So the pros are, it's really easy to remember that you're lined up along the ring. The assignments here are all pretty simple. Even like you're spread on the left and right side, you're the north clockwise tower. Like if you're the 3 northmost players, you know you're the north clockwise tower. If you're the 3 southmost players, you're the south clockwise tower. There's a lot of easy communication between all of that, and it will come down to execution and remembering your spot more than anything. That's going to be a common trend. So I think that pretty adequately covers the pros and cons. The cons, of course, being you're at a higher risk for the cleave, and the healer is at an increased risk by being the... I think that there is the risk of orienting to north, but this is a post swap problem. I don't think people are going to have an issue orienting to north on the first set of Third Art of Darkness. It's the second set. I have seen people face the boss south, but I'm going to be honest. If everybody thinks it's north and the boss is facing south, then it doesn't matter because you're just, if you're like, oh, the tank, like it depends. If people know it's north, but they see the boss facing south, are they going to try to do it true north, or are they going to look at the tank and go, well, I guess I'll just do it based on the way the boss is facing right now? Which then just means that, like, for example, if Alliance C was flipped around, they would be doing Alliance A's assignments, which are still effectively the same thing. So again, minor issue. I don't really knock any points. I will say there is also, I think, I'd have to double check the AoE ranges. One other potential advantage of this. One thing with Codcar is when the boss is facing, the Stygians are facing directly out. Third Art of Darkness's cleave can hit the inside tiles. The inside tile people are not immune to the things that are happening on the outside. If you are a player who is flush east or west in a tower, on a tile doing a tower, you effectively need to get as far away from the east and west platform as possible. And I'll be frank, most people aren't even thinking about that. Most people just take the hit and go, what happened? Or they don't even really think about it or register it in the first place. I think by facing the boss north, I don't think the cleave reaches like to the side as far as it reaches front and back. But I don't have the AoE size like as a reference. So that's a maybe. I think that might be kind of like an unintended advantage of this positioning in the first place. So you can see already a lot of pros and cons to just this first thing. So now we're going to go over to Codcar, which is again the strat that I largely worked with. There's one difference here that our chief strategy person changed when it was provided to Codcar, but we never did it that way, and that'll be funny when I get to it later. So the layout here is actually going to be, I guess, something I probably should have considered, but it wasn't actually something I could mention. Raid plan shows it, so maybe I should go back to raid plan, because before we even get into showing the positioning, I probably should talk about a chief issue I have. So pretend there's an arena here that you can actually see. And you'll notice that the R1 and R2 DPS are all the way south. So those are B's ranged DPS. Alliance B's healer, melee, and tanks are all on the north side of the tiles. Alliance A has 6 players on the west tile. Alliance C has 6 players on the east tile. And then a healer and a tank from A and C both take the other 2 south tiles. So what this actually also has advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that the alliances in general are closer to each other for raid buffs. That is the chief reason that this was made. And while that is one potential advantage, it's not an entire advantage. So if those ranged are buffer jobs, they are out of range of B. So your comp suddenly becomes kind of a big determining factor. Like if R1 and R2 are a machinist and a black mage, you don't want them out of range because whatever, you know, they're selfish jobs. But I mean, if it's a machinist, are you really even thinking about that? Sorry. But then if they're like Picto Dancer, you know, now it's actually kind of annoying. So you haven't really solved the raid buff problem. You've just created a different problem. So I don't even consider it a pro or a con. I think it's an overvalued aspect of this positioning. And this positioning will come with a major con when we get to Looming Chaos. Probably one of the biggest cons that you could possibly have. In a fight where the damage check is only a problem if people are screwing up with or without having more raid buff alignment. And again, this will come back quite a few times because this range south thing and this exact positioning, again, it comes with a lot of caveats for the second half of the phase that on paper don't look like they matter right from the get-go. So by going to COD car, before we even get to the thing that I wanted to talk about, we have to talk about the top right up here. So this is the default positioning. This puts tank, healer, and melee DPS from Alliance A and one of their range DPS on opposite platforms. And then Alliance B has their 6 on the west. C has their 6 on the right for the tiles. And then there's 2 ranged DPS on the outer platforms from B and C. So the reason for this is almost entirely because of what will happen during Looming Chaos. It does come with some other advantages that we'll talk about later, but the immediate thing you'll notice is Alliance A is split. So Alliance A will only ever be operating effectively in a light party. They will only be in range of the four of each other for the first half of this phase. Your solo healing, again, you're basically treating it like a dungeon at that point. And Alliance B should be in range of their own healers. They should be in range of their own buffs. Alliance B should be able to somewhat manage. The B melees might end up out of range of each other, so that's a potential concern. So it basically throws the idea of raid buff alignment not entirely out of the window, but it makes it not a factor. Again, in a fight where killing the fight faster is not as big of a deal as staying alive. Staying alive and just constantly hitting the boss will do enough. So that's one of the most major pros cons comparisons that you'll see people discussing between the two, is how not efficient raid buffs are. This is definitely meant to be more safe and healer efficient than anything else. And I know some of you want to talk about healer out. We'll mention that at the end of the video. So now let's actually get into the mechanic that I talked about initially, because again, I forgot Raid Bin doesn't actually have the initial assignments until I think you scroll down past the Stygians and it has all the initial assignments, but I just started at the top of the phase. So the way that COD car does this, and I will move this over, don't worry. The way COD car does it is instead of sticking 6 people on one side and orienting the boss north, they instead orient the boss towards the outer ring, because no matter whether you never need to consider the arena's orientation at all, which way is north, which way is south. Again, I didn't really knock that too bad, because in Raid Plant, even if the bosses face south, as long as everyone orients around the boss and not the outer ring, it can solve itself for the most part. For this one though, it's completely it faces towards the outside, and you have the assignments that you see here. You effectively have all 3 of Alliance A's outermost players handling the 3 spreads closest to the wall, and the 3 players that are ranged are all handling the ones closest to the inner side. We do a 5-1 looking split here. The reason for that being, again, we just figured it was safer to spread 5 players at cardinal and inter-cardinal positions instead of squeezing 6 players all into that one side. That was the logic there. And then the one person going through the middle, if anyone's there, they've made a mistake, because there's no reason that a player should be directly through the center of the room. So it just creates a much safer space. In terms of the pairs, it supports together. I'll say the 2 guest characters are together. The northmost guest character in range, that's not that important, but that's a quick way to do it. And the southmost guest character is just outside of range. And then the melee in range from Alliance A are the other ones. So the A melee shifts down and joins that person. And then the, I guess technically, yeah, the eastmost DPS would shift down and take that melee spot as well. So they would just do the same movement that the melee's doing, and then the tank moves forward and the healer out. This creates a couple of advantages on its own. One, the healer is not baiting. In fact, the tank can just solo tank it with cooldowns. I don't recommend doing that. But if the healer's out of range of the tank, that person's not dead. And the healer will not die as a result. And then the other 4 people just need to do it correctly. The other thing is that the other assignments don't have to move as far to switch sides. I barely consider it. I have to mention it that, you know, if you need to swap sides post pairs, that it's safe. But the Protean, at least one person has to do a fairly large movement to do it safely. So no matter what, it's just a number of people that could be potentially at risk for that cleave. And it's why I recommend, again, MIT or some sort of instant heal between the hits of the spreader pair and literally anything that happens afterwards. And that's going to be more important in a second. And then the towers, Alliance A's outermost players are outside of the ring clockwise, and the other 3, and all 3 ranged are inner tile clockwise. So again, I don't really think there's an advantage or disadvantage to these. It's more like an agreed upon thing for the towers that you're getting right here. But the honestly, it's one of those things where I see more disadvantages in terms of just raw positioning for the risk out here in terms of raid plan. I think it all makes logical sense. I just think there are 1 or 2 more potential risks that you run into that shouldn't happen if everyone's playing correctly, that end up not mattering in either strat as long as you do what this says to do. And I don't think either of them are executionally more difficult than the other. So they're pretty even in terms of what you actually achieve and what the reasoning is behind it. Now, that's in terms of positioning. But in terms of who's actually on the platform, that's where you weigh most of the things. So on the first set of towers, a con for this setup is that not everyone is in range for tank LB. Now, keep in mind, by this point in the fight, you probably only have a tank LB1, maybe a tank LB2. If you've managed to LB cheese enough from like the first phase and there weren't as many deaths, it's possible. But I wouldn't bank on it. Most people are going to have an LB1. If Alliance A needs to LB, then half of their party will miss it. Now, I'm of the opinion if that happens, that you need the LB, and it's the only way all of the team's going to survive. So you probably aren't past Tower Prog in the first place, and your fight's over before it's even begun. So I don't consider that much. And the tank LB issue will be resolved later when we talk about the positioning for post-swap. I'll also say this. I'd like to do a reminder for how the towers actually work. So if a tower is partially missed, it only hits for, I think before any mitigation or any shields, I think about 50,000. And then for every person missing in a partially missed tower, it will do 1 vuln stack. So if 2 people miss a 3-stack tower, it'll do 50,000 damage, but it will give 2 vuln stacks. If a tower is completely missed, which is the tank LB scenario, it does 200,000 damage. If your healers are not on the top of their game, and I've seen so many times people don't heal after the pairs, they don't heal after the spread, they just focus on doing the mechanics, 200,000 damage is very likely to be lethal to a handful of people no matter what. There's a good chance the inside tile people are somewhat safe, but there's a high probability someone is going to die. So in that piece of advice, regardless of which strat you're doing, do not leave a tower completely unattended unless there is no other way to resolve it. A good example would be if one person somehow dies, like let's say you're going into the phase and a corner tile person is late and they just die because they fall out of the arena before they can even get to the tile. Or let's say an accidental PvP happens when people are getting into position. Those south tiles can be kind of scary because people, melees especially, want to try to be in boss range as long as possible before tiles begins, and then they try to run back and like somebody, they clip somebody else and kill them or kill both people, whatever. If there's 2 people in a corner, have one person take the solo tower and one person take the 2-person tower. Don't both take the 2-person tower. You're going to end up with a better scenario in that case than if you did the opposite. Regardless of strat, that's just a general piece of advice that can help you no matter what you have decided. Because if you need the tank LB here because the tower is completely missed, the tank LB1 is likely not the thing that's going to save the run. You're probably going to have a few deaths, and as soon as you have a few deaths in this fight, in this phase, I don't need to tell you what happens. You know how bad it gets really, really fast. So they're about even in strats. It's really a matter of preference. But I'd say the strat deviance really begins after that. While it doesn't seem like it's the case, it's really from the next point onward where things actually start to get different. So we're going to go back to Raid Bin for this. You can see the alliance. Yeah, so here's where the alliance positions would have been for spreads and wild charge. Okay, so I did what we call the V for wild charge positions. And I am of the opinion that if you are doing this strat, and this is the strat, by the way, I've never used the line strat for the wild charge ever. I think I adjusted to do it once because I think there was like a new player who just wasn't moving, or like a tank that wasn't moving, and they were actually in the line position unintentionally. I filled in. That's the only time I think I've ever done it. If you are going to do the corner V wild charge, everybody should hug the little spire / hockey puck thing where M1 and H1 are. The tank shouldn't be forward like this. The tank being forward creates the potential that if they're a pixel too far left or right, it actually cleaves offset and maybe only hits 2 people. So if you are going to do this, the tank should also step back to stand right next to the little spire back there. I'll also say this, a downside to this that is, I'll also acknowledge was a downside to the strat that I use to do most of my clears, is if your melee is somebody that has a gap closer in their rotation, and yes, I am referring to Dragoon. I have seen a Dragoon jump here and kill the tank. That position is not safe to jump from, right next to the puck. They need to be cognizant that it's not safe and stand and not use anything that will actually gap close. Obviously, high jump doesn't actually displace you, but if any of your other jumps are available there that would displace you, I've seen it happen, but I think it was because we were recovering. I don't know what it is actually normally available there. Don't star diver, don't spine shot, don't do any of that. So that is a downside that's kind of like job specific. It's not the end of the world, but I have to mention it. And this is the strat that I used. So this is technically a con for both. Codcar has decided to update that as well for the spreads and stacks to do what is a line strat. Effectively, the DPS and the tank line up on the cubby and the near platform, and the healer fills in between, and you actually make a direct line. So as long as there's no traffic jams, this eliminates the potential problem. The melee can now safely do something like a star diver. It is just a direct line as long as everybody is actually like, you know, you can visually see the line. I don't think this is like clear enough that the tank is really close to that middle corner and actually creates the line. This eliminates all the problems. The only problem is any tile movement being done wrong is a PvP moment. And honestly, that shouldn't happen anyway. You should have the order in Codcar of THD, and I believe Raid Plan has the THD priority as well. Tank will always move first, healer second, DPS third. As long as every player knows that, neither should really have an issue. This does come with the advantage of the healer resetting their tile in the first half of the phase before the rotation mechanic goes out, which you should be letting the corners reset. If your corners are not resetting, that's a problem because they may need to panic reset either during the rotation or right after the rotation ends. So when the healer steps back into the cubby, the DPS can then step out, and it should be fine by any measure. And the tank is already leaning towards the other side. So if they need to go to the other side, they're going to go the other direction anyway. And if they need to do this side, then the corner reset should have already happened and they can move in. Again, it's not that big of a deal if everyone hugs the cubby. In all honesty, the biggest con between the two is the potential gap closer from the Dragoon. But everybody needs to hug the Cubby. I just don't think you should have the tank all the way forward, even though that's what I progged with for a while. And technically we did adjust to that without, it's one of those things we changed without changing the diagram, because you just kind of, we are experienced enough to kind of common sense that that's a problem. And the tanks individually were making sure they made the effort to fix it. I don't know. Also, I just realized that you kind of can't see it, but now you can see the lineup. You can see the left lineup, but yeah, now you can see the whole lineup. So you can see what I mean. Everything else is not really that big of a deal. I just don't think there's a big enough difference to say one's definitively better than the other. But you know, your Dragoons will probably appreciate actually being able to gap close. You know, if they have a Star Diver in that moment. So that's something that at the very least is worth mentioning, I think. And by the way, the spread positions, bro, I've never seen a single group ever perfectly adhere to these spread positions in any strat, mind you. Bro, when spreads come out, I'm just praying there aren't dead bodies so people get doubled up on. And by the way, during spreads, if you're a tank and there's anyone dead, please invuln, because if you get selected twice, you have just saved probably the entire alliance. In all honesty, you have probably saved so many people you have no control over it. But if it rolls that way, you look like the hero, and you probably want to look like the hero. If you res before spreads also, please move away from wherever you res someone. I have seen, in fact, just last night, somebody res someone right before spread. They got up and got double spreaded right on top of them. And so that's just another little tip, fair warning, irrelevant of strat. So yeah, that's a potential scary thing that can happen. Paladin with cover doesn't work precisely, because if somebody gets doubled up, you can't hallowed cover to save someone. But you dying is probably better than the healer dying or a reser dying. So Paladin with cover, good just to save the resers. Just make sure that if the boss, like the Stygians, are going to go rampant, that people are ready to heal, because they're going to start autoing the non-tanks if that happens. Probably better off only doing that if you're one of the inner tanks, just to make sure nothing goes wrong there. So then we get to Bramble phase. Okay, it's really hard for me to be objective, because this is the second most aggravating thing about raid plan for me. Not because of happy brambles, by the way. There's nothing to do with that. I have fundamental issues with everything about this. I can see where the logical sense happens, and some of the things that I say are kind of in line with my own statements about why the raid buffs aren't important. So this is the raid plan bramble strat, and you got to remember what the actual layouts are on each platform. So there's a tank and a healer, 2 melee DPS, 2 range DPS. I'll say it now. If you can have 3 range DPS to an alliance, please do it. Don't lock in double melee here. Fake melee is way better than... it's so much easier having more ranged in this fight. I'll just be honest. It just is. More res, potentially more resers, potentially more range that can hit from anywhere, more people that can deal with Atomos. And it makes this next part make a little bit more sense. So the way it's done is all 4 DPS on the actual dropping of the brambles is whatever. That's just THD movement priority, and make sure you drop them. Honestly, as long as they're not super close, either to the platform or to each other, it doesn't really matter. We used to drop them on the, like, you can see my mouse cursor here. We used to drop them like here and here on day 1. And then it created this little like hole right here for donut. And then we were like, why are we doing that? And so anywhere like forward more is better, as long as they're not too close to each other actually on the east and west. So don't worry too much about being exact about this. And just as long as you don't PvP each other, that's what matters most. As for who's baiting it, the melees bait the inner brambles and then run out with them. And the ranged bait these outer brambles and run, you can see, opposite. So first of all, I don't like these bramble spots, period. I think that creating that little narrow gap for the melees to run between is not a fun experience, because now your melees who want to hit something, and maybe a monk without a ranged attack, have to effectively sprint through that open section and then to their respective sides opposite of which one they were tethered to, and then they have to run back around it to even get back. You're like, this is like 6 piercing talons or something like that. You're probably not having a thrilling time as a melee DPS doing this. The range don't care. I'll be honest. The range could bait any of these. It wouldn't matter. And the melees, honestly, if I were to change anything, if you still wanted the melees to bait, I would almost just have the melees do the outer ones and do this and go to the R1 and R2 positions. They would just have to start kind of on the back. So as long as the boss is in range there and the tank and healer are like perfectly on the east side of the platform, out of the range of the brambles, I would prefer that personally. So the melee don't have to do that weird wraparound. They have to run further out, but they don't have to do the weird wraparound to get back to the boss. They can just, they just have to make it back to that outer section. I think it probably ends up going, you get 1, maybe 2 melee GCDs as you leave. You do 2 or 3 piercing talons or whatever range attack if you have one. Sorry, monks. And then you loop back around and you probably get back in. So it's probably a total of 6 GCDs that go through this entire section. And about half of them are probably ranged, realistically. I just don't think that's like, I can't really be objective. I just don't think that's a good idea. I think the logic of making all 4 melee DPS, or I'm sorry, all 4 DPS on the platform be the ones responsible makes sense logically. You have one role that has exactly 4 people on the east and west platform. And so why would they not handle the mechanic that requires 4 people, right? That makes complete logical sense. But there's no healing that's needed here. It's just auto attacks. And there's an interrupt that's needed as well, but the tank can take care of that. So it's like DPS doesn't really matter in this fight if everyone's doing it correctly. But fundamentally making the melee do this, I just don't agree with. I just fundamentally don't agree with doing that. So for me, that's a major con of the Bramble strat. Going over to the COD strat, you have 3 ranged and a healer all on the platform. So this is, again, where the platform assignments matter. You have 3 ranged DPS, a melee DPS, a tank, and a healer. You have 4 ranged jobs that can all do it. And while, yes, there are going to be ranged jobs that also don't want to do it. I mean, that's the case in the other strat, too. If you have 2 ranged, they're both doing it. They both have to move. They are the ranged jobs. They have things in their kits that can keep them doing their mostly normal damage while doing this. Picto hammers or Black Mage triple casts, or you're just a bard or a fizz range in general. And a healer, like, yeah, you can have some instant cast here. And especially because this is during a 1-minute buff window. When I think of jobs that want to utilize a 1-minute buff window, I think of jobs like Dragoon. I think of jobs like Ninja, who want to be in this range. You could also technically pot this. Most people don't pop their 5-minute, it's something raiders do, but it's not often something you'll see here. I just think of letting the melee payphone in the middle is just more logical. Also, the brambles actually being along the outside of the ring, as you can see here, this is what our bramble positions actually look like with the brambles along the east or west wall. While you now have 2 narrow sections, you don't have to run around them at all. The ranged effectively the ranged and the healers that are on those outer ones just stand out and just run out. And the ranged that are on the inner ones cross over and go over. And there's plenty of space. These lines on the ground are also there as references of where you're going to be dropping these. There are lines on the ground in the arena itself as well. And that's where you generally want them, is effectively, they want 2 of these little like boxes between the 2 brambles. There is also a corridor for technically gap closing back to the boss. I'm not going to lie. I would be horrified if I was a melee trying to line up the Stygian to gap close at any point. It is, you are ready to be a YouTube clip. Like you are going to be on Twitter. Like at some point you're going to make the mistake and you're going to be on Twitter. It's going to be your clip. So I'm not going to say to do that, but that is a potential here. So for me, there's all upside in this Bramble strat. And in fact, even if the other strat swapped to this Bramble position, I think it would be overall better for the melees that are baiting the inside. Because then, again, they don't have to do that weird runaround. They can get to their snap point a little bit quicker. And like we said, they could also technically, if they're brave enough, gap close. I'm not recommending it. Please live. That's all I want you to do. And that's the recurring theme of everything that's happening here. So for me, that's going to be a COD car win, just unanimously. And then after that, there's not really much. Like, what am I going to say about the rotations? What am I going to say about that? Like, the things I listed for Wild Charge are realistically the only things I have to say about rotation is that you get the healer to automatically do a tile swap. And that's all I have to say about rotation. Again, as a reminder, this forces the healer to do a tile swap, and then the melee DPS can do the tile swap. And then you don't have to worry about it through the entire rotation mechanic. So that's a thing. Now, we get to Looming Chaos. And Looming Chaos is, for me, where, again, I lose the ability to be a bit objective. Because Looming Chaos raid plan has a massive flaw with Looming Chaos. And I have an asterisk next to this because I have something else to say about it, but I'll talk about the strat itself first. So when raid plan swaps for Looming Chaos, I want it to be clear. What you see in the raid plan is not how the swap will happen every time. The way it actually works is the outermost outside platform players, so the MT, H1, and R1 on both sides in this little bottom left diagram, they will swap not with southwest and northeast. They will swap with a random west and east side platform. So if you're the east side furthest player, you can end either southwest or northwest. If you are the westmost other player, you can end either northeast or southeast. That also means that who's being swapped from the inside to the outside is also completely random. So you don't know if southwest is going to get swapped to outside or back inside. You don't know. So what can happen 25% of the time is you end up in a situation where one alliance doesn't have a tank on the inner platforms. Now, that sounds like it's meaningless, but for one of the scariest wipe moments in the fight, it is incredibly relevant. Because right after Looming Chaos is Towers. Remember how I mentioned that for Towers 1, A's alliance would effectively be split and miss the tank LB? That's because Alliance A has no tanks on the inner platform for the first tower, where you only have tank LB1 anyway, and nothing else has really happened other than Third Art of Darkness at that point. So you're really just playing the game of, do you prefer to have a tank LB1 with everyone in position for first tower, or would you rather have 3 tanks in the middle of the room, tank LB3ing the second set post Looming Chaos, where you're more likely to have had a ton of disasters? And again, I'll asterisk that and get back into it later, because the asterisk I've said for every mechanic is going to be the same asterisk at the end of this. And I think most of you may have figured it out by now. So in case you're wondering why that happens, the tank LB has a range and it's 50 yalms. The arena is 80. So what ends up happening is when you don't have a tank in the middle of the room in order to try and hit everybody, you are damning some people. Again, one strat has it damn you, and if it's the very first tower set, one has it damn you potentially if it's Looming Chaos, post Looming Chaos. So there's a 25% chance of that happening with raid plan because of the number of different ways it can go. The whole reason why COD Car's setup is the way that it is for Looming Chaos is to eliminate that problem. There will always be at least, because the Alliance A tanks are going to be sent in, one Alliance B tank will get to stay in, and one Alliance C tank will get to stay in. And that means every alliance has a tank near the center of the room, closer at least, that will probably hit everyone, if not almost everyone, with their tank LB3. There is obviously still a chance, like for example, you could have a double tank tower alignment that's east and west, and that is fairly damning as well. But you're at least creating more scenarios where the tank LB3 is in range of everyone. And that is the chief reason why COD Car is set up the way that it is. There are some other reasons, like originally we put all the ranged on the outside because we thought they were the only ones that could hit the Atomos. Not true. If you're a ranged DPS inside the tiles, you can help with Atomos. If you're a healer inside the tiles, you can help with Atomos. Don't feel like you're like, oh, outside range, take care of it, outside players. No, you can help. They're not immune to to the panel differences. So that's actually not an advantage. Originally, that we made it for that reason. It ends up being an advantage for Brambles, so we translated that over into being an advantage in that regard. But that's it. And then it's just, you know, post Looming Chaos, it becomes what are the pros and cons of each of the towers again. And Third Art of Darkness. And the same pros and cons. The only thing that could potentially go wrong here is not understanding the positioning of the players. So that's, no matter what, you need to know what you're doing post Looming Chaos. I highly recommend, regardless of strat, get into your pairs. At the very least, get into your pairs before you even have to do the first set of towers. Just so, like, just visually show everyone that you know where you're supposed to belong. And if something's not right, you have time to fix it before Third Art of Darkness or towers even happens in the first place. So that's it. Again, advice regardless of which strat you are actually going to do. Whew. So after that, I don't think there's anything to say about chasers. I don't think there's any, like, that's just an executional thing. Do Third Art of Darkness correctly, do chasers correctly, have enough people alive for spread, do wild charge. Like, then it becomes the discussion of all the same mechanics other than the chasers, which the chasers, realistically, as long as the chaser doesn't go wild and kill the entire platform because the rotator died, then there's, you know, it's not the end of the world, but you just want to do that correctly. And that pretty much covers it, because at that point, what else is there that you could potentially have assigned to you that you could screw up? Nothing. It becomes about stuff that's individual responsibility, paying attention, cross, donut, the debuffs, the lasers. If you're an outside player, please look at your debuffs. Please constantly monitor your debuffs. Please know when those debuffs expire. Please know that where players should be standing during those. And especially, do not aim them towards the inner tile. Please do not do that. Now, I will add a quick addendum. There is a raid plan that has all healers out. That is the same strat, but all the healers are out. It adopts some advantages of Codcar in a sense that you have a bunch of ranged outside to do the brambles, for example. So it does address some issues. I have done healer out, and I personally don't like it. There's a number of reasons. One, you're in range of, the healing is not bad. The tanks need to be spot healed occasionally, but honestly, whatever. The other plan, oh my god, I didn't even really mention those. I got so focused on talking about the raid DPS from the B DPS being out in this arrangement. I'm sorry, the B DPS being out in this arrangement. I actually totally forgot to mention the whole spot healing, the range that's out there might be one of the silliest things I've heard people. Okay, this is gonna sound very specific to people, but I have had so many controller players ask me, how do I heal people in other alliances quickly? I think people forgot that the game is actually dominated by a lot of controller players. I actually made a video about it. I don't know how many months ago. Like, JP has like, what, an 80% plus adoption rate of controller or something like that? It's some insanely high number for JP. And then obviously in NA, I think it's like just about 50%. I'd have to go back and look. It's like a pretty high percentage, but it's not like everybody. You do not want to rely on the ANC healers needing to spot heal the ranged that are there. Like, if they are a keyboard and mouse player, it's not the biggest deal, but it kind of sucks. Our day one strat, which is not what we're using obviously anymore, we actually made the strat change because our healers talked about spot healing both pre and post Looming Chaos. That was before we understood how Looming Chaos actually baited players. So it was a bit of just a mad dash to try and make it work and actually, like, successfully make it through the phase. So we can't really fault that too much, but that was like the number one problem that we tried to fix, was the healers having to spot heal people and not be in range. And we subsequently ended up with something that our raid lead, who did all of this, after he basically took all the feedback from the individual players of what the problems were, addressed them, and ended up with what Codcar basically is now. So that was something I kind of glossed over because the discussion there is almost always just spot heal them. Like, it's not even considered when you're talking about the raid plan pros and cons, right? But it is something that we very specifically tried to alleviate and is not alleviated here. And I don't think is something you should be opting into as like the go-to strat. It's just not good. Now, overall, I actually think both strats are pretty close to each other. Like I said, there are some things I have a hard time being objective about, but the bottom line is, while there are problems, executing exactly as shown, it doesn't matter if those problems are there. There is a way to address a problem in raid plan, and there are ways to address the problems in COD Car down to the individual player. And that's where the chief message actually comes in here. It's not the strat why you can't clear. If you're struggling in PF, it has nothing to do with which strat you are doing. They both have clear pros and cons. They both have things that can work, and you can prefer one or the other. The problem is all of these strats are contingent on 24 people doing them correctly. That is the entire phase of Phase 2 of Cloud of Darkness. The entire phase is designed to have 12 people on the outside doing everything correctly and 12 people on the inside doing everything correctly. As soon as any mistake occurs, every individual player needs to understand how to fix it. If a player on the inside, let's say a player northwest, dies and they get put on the east platform, you need to have one of several solutions to fix it. One is the northeast DPS moving over to northwest in whatever spare time they have, and the northeast DPS taking a portal in. The other is that DPS running all the way around and portaling back in somewhere so that they can re-enter northwest. You know, just somewhere that's safe enough that they can get onto the platform without killing people, and then also make their way northwest. As long as the individual players know what the fixes are, it's doable. But there is no way to completely mitigate multiple people failing certain things and thus causing more failures to occur. The looming chaos swaps mean nothing the moment a single player is dead in either strat, because then players might get picked up and put back down in the exact same spot. You could have 4 people in a corner and then one of them needs to move over. You could have 13 people outside and 11 people inside, and then you need to know exactly who the person, like one person needs to know that they're going in. There's a tank dies and autos start going wild, and then an auto kill. Like, it doesn't matter if there's pros and cons to each of them. The entire phase is literally on a knife's edge that if everyone doesn't agree and do the thing, it doesn't matter what you do. Now that comes actually to a final con for COD Car and technically for both strats altogether, in that we have a really bad problem here in NA of not agreeing on what to do. And then people fight about which one to do. And people prefer one or the other. And then you end up with PFs that do 2 different things. And now you need to know 2 different things, which really isn't that big of a problem for people who have played the game a lot, but then becomes an issue. So this is actually a final con to COD Car, specifically. More than raid plan. COD Car changed too many times. Basically, people learned a way it worked. And then, oh, let's change this because it makes more sense, right? NA has been doing this, again, for years and years and years, but what ends up happening is the first thing that's done kind of just rolls. And when people try to improve it, while it is technically better, and players who play the game enough understand that it's better in some capacity, it's also changed. And most people don't actually try to learn how to play Final Fantasy XIV in PF. They just learn to clear said fight, or they try to learn to clear said fight. So as soon as they have something that works and they understand 23 other people understand that it works, all they care about is that exact thing being repeated. That itself has problems. Again, if anything goes wrong, those players are the least reliable to recover a strategy, and thus they become a hindrance because they only understand what they're supposed to do if everything goes right. It's one of those weird, you literally can't win situations. Now, and I don't mean the fight, I mean in existence. Because it just, there's so much individual responsibility upon addressing a mistake from any other player. And to me, this then boils down to this phase and its design not being what I think they wanted it to be. When they initially unveiled Cloud of Darkness Chaotic, they said the difficulty Chaotic is aimed for is Extreme. Now, Extreme has body checks and mistakes that feel nigh unfixable. That's not an abnormal thing, but they're between 8 people. They also said that Cloud of Darkness, they kind of went too far, and it's more like a savage fight, like a first or second savage tier. And I would say that's fairly accurate. But the phase, by design, is hardly recoverable. And there are things they could have done to have improved that. One little thing I don't know if many of you notice, there is actually a small lip on the inside of the east and west platforms. The reason for that is not to save you from walking off. It does if you try to go too far in. And then, of course, that's created a whole bunch of clips online of like people using gap closers and like weird tech to get in between the platforms. But it's very specifically because the elevation between the outside and the inside is actually different. So if you didn't have that lip, you could actually walk off that platform back onto the tiles. And in my opinion, that's what they should have allowed to happen. Instead of the portal, which takes 4 seconds to run over to, 6 seconds to lock in. It's one of 4 random directions, either in front of you, behind you, left, or right. And then 2 seconds to teleport. It's like it takes 15 to 20 seconds to fix an issue where a mechanic is happening every 10 to 15 seconds. So the recoverability is just nigh existent. So I actually think that regardless of strat, they probably just misdesigned the entire phase, and we have to have these discussions about recoverability or where we place people. Like, yeah, you could argue about the splits being weird, about like needing to spot heal. Like, all of those are individual problems with individual strats, and they all have a pro and a con, as I've been talking about in this video. But it is a fundamentally flawed design phase for this number of people. It's something that would work with 8 and does not translate well to 24. What I personally think will happen is that we will never see a phase that is of this difficulty in Chaotic. By their own admission, the fight's harder than it is by design meant to be. Like, they've already admitted that before it even released, that it was too hard. It was harder than the vision originally was. So while that's fun now and it's fun for people like me, it isn't a healthy design against what their goal actually is. I think phase 1 and 3 is close to being what I think most people could expect. And that phase is literally chaotic. People with the hand debuffs knowing which one they get, tracking the debuff, the boss is doing an attack, there's lasers. It actually is chaotic and punishing and mildly difficult, but still approachable for most people. The entering with 12 people thing can almost basically get you through to practice phase 1, which by extension, you practice basically half the fight by practicing phase 1 because you just have to be able to do one of 2 patterns and it repeats at the end. So there's I think that at the end of the day, regardless of which strat you do, the recoverability is so dependent on every individual that it doesn't matter. You can do either strat. If everyone just pulls up a cheat sheet on like the right hand side, checks their spot, remembers it, and then make some sort of body language effort to showcase that they know it, both at the start of the fight as a check. People have been doing that in PF, or actually when you get to the phase, like getting into the position so everyone can see what they're supposed to be doing, and you can make adjustments if needed. It's hard to fix. That's it. It's just a hard to fix phase. So that's the real problem with your PFs. Is anyone dying means all of these strats mean nothing. They all literally mean 0 if people die. And it becomes a mad rush to make sure you have rezzers constantly rezzing people. And just, you want to zombie practically past Looming Chaos. Like, once you get past Towers and Looming Chaos, all you're hoping for is to zombie enough people to get back to phase 1 and finish the fight. I don't know, I've had a few runs where that isn't what happens, and it's like pretty clean the whole way, and that's nice, but that is literally like less than 1 in 20 runs that actually get past Looming Chaos go that way. And it's crazy how much people are fighting about one over the other, and a lot of people not even understanding what the pros and cons of each are, which is why I made this video. So I don't even know how to end the video because I just keep making the same point over. So I think you understand my point. You now have the pros and cons for both of the strategies that are there. You understand what the flaws are of the fight as a whole, and good luck. Because while Raid Plan and Codcar are coexisting now, and there's groups killing with both, and I know that for a fact, that they're both wiping and beating the fight with both. Eventually, this fight will not be in the Party Finder nearly as much. It will largely be run by Discords, I imagine. And you know what strat the main Discord is using right now? Yeah. Not to say that another Discord won't pop up, but it's something worth considering. I'm just saying. You know? Anyway, I figured this would be a fun way to start 2025. With fire! Ivy is here for the fire. And it's not even the last video I have about this. I have one more, a shorter one, but one more. So I'll upload this as is. Hopefully everyone in the chat had a fun time watching me lose my mind over everything, because I have been recording this live the entire time. And I hope everyone in the comment section has a fun time eating each other alive, like I know you will, because that's all that's been happening with it. It's been, you know what? The comment section, I'm willing to bet, will get a little chaotic. All my comment sections on this have been chaotic, so, you know. Anyway, thanks for watching. Happy New Year. Bye-bye. All right. That was fun. Sly would be proud. You will be dealt with. I like every time somebody says that in Discord, everybody does DELT. Nice and thanks. No, I didn't get distracted. The whole idea is that healers out doesn't actually help with recovery. And so I went to the healers out and then immediately went to the fact that healers out is trying to give you more recoverability, but recoverability is entirely dependent on the individual. It doesn't actually help anything. Because the whole point is to put the reses on the outside, so if people die on the inside, they can go back inside, and there's always a reser to make that solution possible. But it requires people to be able to get back on the. I'll include this last little bit in the video. Why not? The Happy New Year thing. We can end a little bit after that, just so I have the little asterisk right here. Yeah, no, it effectively doesn't fix anything. And then the tank healing is slightly more annoying. That's really it. It makes recovering more uniform without players understanding how to even recover in the first place. So it doesn't actually end up helping in any capacity, unfortunately. So, sorry. And then I can end the video there. Yeah. That was fun. That was fun. I think I had some subs to match. I think there was at least 1 5 gifted sub in there that I saw early on in the recording. There's one, yeah. Then there's a resub. Yeah, I'll match the 1 5. I see the 1 5. Happy New Year, Sunra. Yeah, one vuln with them constantly apologizing. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. That's correct. Yeah, it's listen, I'll say the thing nobody else wants to say. All right? That's it. That's all I'm doing. Yeah, because I'm absolving Raid Plan of strat blame as well. Not nearly as much, because clearly I feel strongly enough about it that I personally think it is not as good in a number of ways. Red Mage? Dude, Red Mage is so good in this fight. It's so juiced. It's an oval. Yeah, so I actually did bring that up, Kellene, in the video. I didn't have the AoEs in front of me, but I did bring that up as a pro or a con. So fortunately, I did make sure to include that. There we go. I gotta match my gift subs. There might be no more snowman, but there is still the Twitch gifted sub. There is still the Twitch gifted sub bonus, so I can do my matcheroos. Now, I have to make the other video too. Now, some of you might be wondering what the other video is. The other video is just comedy. The other video is the clear numbers. Hi, Ivy. Hi. How bad is it? JP has 2/3 of the clear rate. Is effectively the TLDR of the video. JP has 67% of the total world clears. In other words, we're bad. JP's locked in, man. It's because of the raid finder. Hi. The real question is, do I want to go to the gym today, Ivy? Oh, no. Yeah, dude, I can't wait. Dude, it's literally going to be like League of Legends. You're going to have, well, I guess JP not technically, but NA will be in last. I guess technically EU. EU has less data centers. It'll be just like watching League of Legends, watching Worlds. You're just going to watch China, Korea, and Japan all be better than NA. And NA is going to be like, I mean, I showed up. Like, man, this NA team is going to be competitive this Worlds. Have you watched other Worlds? What other Worlds? What other what have you watched in League of Legends? Like, do you watch Dota where other regions actually like stand a chance? Because that's not what's happening here in League of Legends, right? I don't think that's what's happening. I'm not confident that's what's happening here. Yeah. So, did that inform anyone who was wondering what the differences were while we were watching? Yeah, didn't Liquid get like somewhere? Oh no, it wasn't Liquid. It was yeah, and they got top 4, didn't they? Weren't they the only Western team to make it into top 4? It was like, was it? Who was it? It wasn't Liquid. It was FlyQuest. That's who it was. Top 8? Oh. Okay. I'm not going to say top 8 is a good performance at Worlds. Even if they lost to Gen G of all teams, I'm not going to say top 8 is great. Once upon a time, we would have 3 NA teams in the top 8. They would all lose, but we would have them there. Probably not. Quarantine. The more studious take. Ah, yes. I was the scholar of strats. Somebody asked the other day, what's the worst strat that's ever been adopted? And I was like, I think it might be my Garuda Extreme strat. Because it was like, we didn't understand that Charada's cleave was split. So we had one tank hold Suparna and Garuda, and Wicked Wheel would hit would basically hit twice in the same spot, and it was a fucking disaster. So you had to know exactly when Wicked Wheel was. And then I was like, if it's not Garuda Extreme, then it's probably the PF's way of doing Diamond Dust. I was like, it's either Garuda Extreme or current Diamond Dust in the PF. I don't know which is worse, technically. I really don't like the way the PF does Diamond Dust. And I've beaten the fight with the PF strats. Let me just put it this way. I will never, ever opt into a strat that puts two people in danger's way for any reason whatsoever. Oh, actually, the sprint I don't care about. I actually think the sprint is an executional problem. Because it's because people actually want to do this around the outside of the room. Like this. You should literally just do this. Like, literally just like barely go along. Like, just it's not even like a straight line, but just don't hug the wall. Just do this. And create like a safe lane down the middle. You know what I mean? Instead of like literally looping all the way around. Oh, never. You know what? I might actually agree with Neverland Caloric as a PF strat. That might actually be a contender. Now that I think about it, yeah. Neverland Caloric might actually be one of the worst PF strats. It's like you can win the fight with that strat. And I've done Neverland Caloric before. But in terms of like a PF, that might be one of the worst ones. Yeah. It's just, yeah. That's up there. That one's definitely up there. I will say that Caloric is just kind of a pain in the ass no matter what. No, so that was the PF Caloric strat for like a few days, and then everyone denounced it. It's one of the few bad PF strats that everyone immediately denounced. I think, genuinely speaking, everyone's like, oh, do that. And then they were like, don't do that. Like, it literally got, like, ejected from the strats. Funny thing. So, what was the name of the PF strat for Caloric that everyone landed on? I don't remember the name, but I remember I was doing it in PF. Excuse me. I was doing it in PF, and I found a bunch of issues with it. I remember the creator of that strat saw my stream and actually changed Papan. That's the one. Papan was the one that I did. Yeah, the guy who made the Papan strat, he was like, oh, I saw your stream, by the way, and we made some adjustments to help with your issues. Yeah, I remember that. So, like, there was issues with the initial positioning for Papan where it created dangerous scenarios that were completely changeable, but it's very slight movement because it's caloric, so it doesn't really require much. And I remember that person changing it, and all it required was the same exact positioning, but a player being further to the left or right, and that was it. And in my opinion, once they made that change, I was like, okay, now you've made the perfect strat. I was like, Papan, I don't even want to try anything else. Like, that's it. They changed it, and that Papan was a very, very good improvement. Yeah, it just eliminated the potential clipping issues you could run into with the last movement that went so far towards improving the PF experience. But yeah, I think, yeah, Neverland Caloric might be one of the, because so like, I think what makes a PF strat bad is not the PF not being able to do a strat. So like Ilya, while Ilya is not, Jesus Christ, let me take a sip of something. While Ilya is not the best strat, it's by no means a terrible strat. It's just not as good as Hourglass slash Shenanigans, you know, whatever. It just isn't, bottom line. And that's why it was never fully denounced from the PF. Because the problem was people couldn't do it. Like, that was the issue. It was just, you were told do this, and people didn't do it. So it never really fully left because it was perfectly fine. It just wasn't the best, and the other strat was better. Whereas things like Garuda Extreme and Neverland Caloric were actively ejected. Straight up, the PF said, that's unserviceable. We're getting rid of it. I think that's really the marker for the difference between a strat that is like not preferred and a strat that is actively bad, is when the community ousts the entire thing. Like collectively ousts it. Like, and formally denounces it. I'm trying to think of the best PF strat. I'll tell you another bad PF strat that was adopted. Knockback mirrors in E8S. That was the dumbest shit. Bro, we did that one time. Like, we just wanted to do it. And then we put one clip online and everyone made it the norm. Bro, that was the worst idea. That was one of the worst ideas that PF collectively had. Why was that the norm? It was such a bad we didn't tell people to do it. A clip came out and then everyone changed it. They're like, oh, we can do uptime here. That's great. We don't have to worry about the knockback at all. Bitch, if somebody doesn't press knockback resist, you're all dead. You never, like, the only place where that should happen is DSR. No other place in the game should have that situation. And DSR, it's forced. You have to do knockback resist. Like, you don't have a choice in the matter. That was a terrible strat. God. It was excuse me. It's not just a terrible strat. It's a terrible strat that nobody told the PF to do. It was an organic ass fucking. All right, there's water in here. Hold on. It was an organic ass fucking. Your voice is cooked. Yeah, no kidding. It's because I'm yelling. What strat that is? So on E8S, there's two mirrors that do a wild charge knockback back to back. And what people did is they effectively set up for it along the wall and then knockback resisted the entire thing. But you had to knockback resist at exactly the right time. Too early, and you would get knocked back by the second one and die. Too late, and you would get knocked back by the first one, and you would die and kill other people. And we did it once as a joke. It was like me, Zeno, Arthurs, and like a bunch of other people. We did it once just to see if it can be done. And then everyone started doing it. We never told people to do it. We literally, like, Arthurs tweeted a clip and everybody adopted it. And it terrorized PF. It genuinely terrorized PF. Completely terrorized. Like, ruined E8S. Like, people blame Ilya for E8S PF. No, blame knockback mirrors. It was actually even worse than Ilya. And again, Ilya was a skill issue, in my opinion. It wasn't the best, but it was a skill issue. And you can't change my mind. Dude got a lot of hate for making a perfectly fine strat. Like, my group strat was way worse than Ilya's. Did anyone legit do? Oh, we did week 1. But I think when I released the guide, I told people not to. Did I release a guide for that? I'm pretty sure I told people not to do that. I think I said you can knockback resist these, but don't. Please don't. It's way better to ride the knockback. EU apparently did use it for a few weeks. I don't know why. People hated him when he was right. Skill issue. What's another strat? Best strat in PF. Oh man, no, I think I might have an idea of the best strat in PF. I have like a few that come to mind. It's tough. Best strat in PF. No, not skip soar. Stop. Not happy brambles. Stop. Do diamond strat for brambles, please. Best strat. I'm trying to think. It's recent, I feel. I feel like I recently, in like the last couple of years, I did something. And I said, I think the PF hit gold here. And I don't remember what it was. I remember saying it. Like PF I was like, PF mastered this list. Like this is the best PF strat. I don't remember what it was for though. I don't remember what it was for. I've said that out loud. I don't even remember what raid tier it was from, but I know it's in like recent years. Like it's later in the game's life cycle. Hades position? What? Are you talking about the pixel for the black mage? Yeah, it's a website. This is the raid bin site. That's not going as best. That's wildest pixel find, but no, I'm not giving it that. It might, I'm trying to think. What would it have been? And I was like, dude, I think PF nailed this. What was it? It wasn't Fru. It wasn't T. Although I do like T's PF strats, actually. T I actually have zero, like, there's nothing about, like, T, Uwu, UCOB. There's nothing I can dislike about any of those. And even DSR, I have no complaints about DSR either. DSR is pretty set in stone. It's hard to do it any other way. Like, I guess the way you do Death of the Heavens can change, but quite frankly, it doesn't matter to me. Valagarmanda? No, I don't remember. It's got to be Endwalker or Dawn Trail, though. The Hyper Minions Fiend? No, that's not the best strat. I'm mad that works. Same with Top, the stacking of the flare markers. And it seems like Cloud of Darkness took that personally. Yeah, I don't remember. Dark and Light? No, Dark and Light was fine, though. Dark and Light was good. I didn't have any issues with all of Anabasios. That's not true. One of the two soccer strats I didn't like. I don't remember which one it was. But there was a soccer strat I really didn't like. I think it was the Mario Kart one. the one where you ran like the one I cleared with week 1. I didn't like nearly as much as the corner to corner on P9S. And P8S was the same strat, like turned 16 different ways. Snakes I did like, but I don't know if I said it was the best. Elmo? No, Elmo was, I fucking hated Elmo. Snake Prio I liked. I actually had a hard time with Snake Prio only because I couldn't see the marker on the ground. You know, the little sigil? I had a hard time seeing it. No, Barbarichu was one of my favorite fights. I thought Barbarichu was one of their best designed extreme fights, like, ever. But that's not the PF strat. Yeah, no, Barbarichu is just great in general. I love that fight. That's a great fight. And keep in mind, Dawn Trail has had 3 very good extreme fights in my opinion so far. Yeah, I don't know. I think it might be Sleepo Purgation. You know what? I don't think it's what I was referring to, but Sleepo Purgation might be the best PF strat ever made. Considering what that mechanic looks like when you don't do Sleepo versus when you do Sleepo, that might be one of the best PF strats ever made. Is the tree. It was so good, they fundamentally had to change the arena to make it, like, legal to do. Think about that. That strat was so good that the devs had to change the arena to make it legal. Just think about that, man. What the fuck? Like, no other fight has done that. No. Actually, I do know. I actually have a different answer. I actually do have a different answer. So Sleepo, I think you could say is number 1. I think that might be the best. That might be the best. My number 2 is actually going to be shocking to you. Because most of you will have never experienced this. Baiting Twintanya's dive bomb out of the arena in the Nook might also be a contender for one of the best strats ever made. That's a shocker. But I genuinely think the alternatives would have been fucking terrible. I didn't do that in my clear. We did alternating baits. That might be it. It just fully null. Yeah, it literally got rid of that phase. Like, yeah, I think that might. It's such a simple thing, but I think that might be it. If it's not Sleepo, I think it's that. I think it's genuinely the dip in turn 5. Thank you for the biddies. That's the one where you go down into the corner, yeah. Where you just step, you see the marker, you step out, you step back in. You see the marker, you step out, you step back in, you see the marker, you step out, you step back in. It's more of an exploit. They didn't change it. They never changed it. They never got rid of that strat. They changed the arena, but they never got rid of that strat. Yeah, they changed the arena. So the arena used to have a giant hill where the palm is. So if you look, like, if you actually just look at your hand, imagine this was a giant hill. They got rid of this. So it's like a flat palm now. But this divot right here is still there. And UCOB has a different layout to specifically stop that from being a thing. No, it's not as... It's literally... So Twintanya is programmed not to spawn outside of the arena is the problem. Twintanya spawns slightly in the arena. So in that spot, because of the Z-axis dip, Twintanya sees you. You're not directly below Twintanya. You're slightly like offset because of the Z-axis distance from you to Twintanya's center point. So you end up slightly behind her center point. Then you step out. She goes the outside way. Step back. Yeah, it is because of the Z-axis. It creates a very slight acute angle from Twintanya's center point. So yeah, that's what it is. And it forces her to be baited outward. It's also, so Twintania has, I think, 6 positions around the arena. I think it's technically possible that you could do the same strat without the divot, but you would need to, there's no indicator on the arena that properly communicates where Twintania will spawn for her other dive bomb locations. Because that's the thing. Twintania has a few dive bomb locations that can happen. And the original strat was basically to bait the dive bomb and run in a set direction that regardless of where Twintania actually appears, you can get out of the dive bomb in time. I don't think so, Mooley. No. Deep Dungeon has all sorts of shenanigans. But yeah, no, that's gonna be my contender for best pug strat. I won't say PF because PF didn't exist. Best pug strat. I am gonna say the Twintania outside dive. It's iconic, it's classic, it's simple, it still works to this day. I'm gonna give that my win. Sleepo, however, I think would be a contender for first, but if not second. I think Sleepo Purgation deserves to potentially be number 1. Sleepo, again, there's never, those are the reason why those are the contenders. Both fights, their arenas were completely changed because of the way that worked. Unfortunately, most of my Realm Reborn strats end up in the worst section. Leviathan, Ifrit, and Garuda all end up there. I think the rest are fine, but Garuda with Wicked Wheel, Ifrit with, what was it about Ifrit? I think it was Searing Wind? Something with Searing Wind. And I don't think my Leviathan strat was wrong. I think I forgot to mention or consider the mirror in the video. So the mirror that reduces your healing range. I think those, because we basically item level, like, bashed through those. So we didn't even consider things. That was a big case of, like, we are too strong for this fight, and we're not going to try to figure out how it works. We're just going to bash through it. That was a big, big result of that. So those are, I will say, yeah, Leviathan was a missing piece of information. I think Garuda was actively bad, and I think Ifrit was okay, but just wasn't. There was no reason to do it the way that I did it. So it's a mix of things. Whereas something like Neverland presents as doable, but is actually terrible. Or something like Knockback Mirrors presents as a solution, but is not doable. It's more like those were more incomplete. That's what it is. Those old ones were more incomplete than they were incorrect. If that makes sense. It was easy enough to do everything else except those, like, small things. Like, effectively, if you took the entire video and you separated Suparna and Garuda, everything else is right. And if you acknowledge the mirrors exist, everything in Leviathan is right. And in Ifrit, even the Searing Wind works. Like, you don't have, like, we did it that way and it was fine. We literally had no complaints. But there's a better way of doing Searing Wind. So even then, it's not as, it doesn't present as actively as some other things do. Oh yeah, no, you're right. Best PF strat is AM for Titan Phase and Uwu. Obviously, AM Phase. Yeah, right up there with AM Phase and all of top Phase 5. Right, yeah. How did I not think of? No, you're right. No, you got it. No, that's, well, yeah, sure. We'll go with that. Mm-hmm. Best strat, just have AM. Best strat, melons? Anyone? Melons? Why was it considered cheating or illegal to change markers mid-fight? It was a third-party add-on that was effectively abusing 14's infinite ability to adjust markers. Because the game couldn't naturally do that. Nowadays, if they really wanted, they could put a limit on marker changes if they really wanted to. Like if they just said you're allowed to change markers in combat a maximum of 1 time, it would probably be okay. But back then that wasn't, like, you couldn't manually do all that marking. Like back in second coil on Nail and in UCOB, actually, you would have players manually mark the dive bomb spots for Nail. You would be like, oh, this is where first dive bomb will go. Like you would do it mid phase. You have like the Bard do it or something. You just have somebody do it. Anyone who is capable of like identifying it and marking where they should go, they would just manually mark A, B, C because the DPS check wasn't relevant. But there was nothing automated about it back then. If they wanted to, they could bring back marker movement mid-fight. And quite frankly, I think they should. I think they should bring back marker movement, but it either has a really long cooldown or you're only allowed to do it once per fight. I think the big thing with Paisley, which is what people are using for that, is effectively it just auto did it. And it was just like ultra easy to do. Because like nowadays, there's like a third party add-on that saves an infinite number of markers. Isn't there? I've heard people mention that there's an add-on that just saves an infinite number of marker layouts. You can't change them mid-combat, but you can literally save every marker layout that you ever make effectively. So if you ever go into a fight from like 6 years ago, you probably still have the markers for it. Strong concern. Listen, I've heard it mentioned. I have a vanilla client, so I have to hear everything secondhand through you motherfuckers. I do still have that video, Smart. Yeah. Well, I wouldn't unhave that video. Nobody believes me when I say, yeah, I haven't had ACT since the end of Shadowbringers. I got this PC before Endwalker, and I haven't had ACT since. At the end of Shadowbringers, bro, I was nonstop, like, logging in Eden's Promise. Hello, Lonely. Bro, that was when I was like trying to get orange on like every job. I did like Black Mage, Ninja. Bro, I literally went into E12S with Ninja without looking at the guide, and I just hoped for the best. I mean, I cleared. It was fine. I didn't see that, Runar. But if it's on Reddit, I'll probably take a look at it. Yeah, no, I'm full vanilla. We actually made a rule for this raid tier. We're like... Well, some of us were in my top group, and we were like, we don't want that again. No, it's just nobody, just nothing. Swear to God. We were like, we swear to God, if a screenshot comes out and we find it out, we're going to be fucking livid. We had that meeting several times to say, don't do anything. If you do and we don't know, then please just don't. Just tell us now and then don't. Do not do it. Some of us were scarred from the top experience, man. We just didn't want to deal with it. We didn't want to deal with mental boom from like anybody feeling like we needed to stop progging. I remember I wanted to stop progging top. I told all of my team, like, honestly, I don't want to keep going. And all of them were okay to keep going for like a day or two. And then after a day or two, like another like 2 or 3 people were like, we don't want to keep going either. And then we were like, fuck it. Like, we're on phase 5. Let's just finish it and just move on with our lives. What did they do? They For those who weren't around, there was someone in my top group who had, what is it called? Splatoon? And it got out that they had it. And it was a fucking, it was right, and you want to know what was even funnier? It was right after the world first group, the UAV thing had happened. It was like within a day of the UAV thing happening. So like imagine trying to laugh about the UAV thing and then that happens and you're like, bruh. We'd heard him say some things in Prague. And we're like, I don't know what that means, and I have a feeling I don't want to know. Deal with all that fiesta, yeah. You know what's funny? He didn't help with our strats at all. So he was using it, and he didn't make a single diagram or even input into a, like, he didn't help. He just had them, I guess, for himself. I remember he put out a statement. I don't remember what it said. Had a hunch. I didn't know what the things he was saying meant. They were just like 1 or 2 words. And I'd be like, what's that about? Someone in my group wanted to do call outs and it was Zoom hacking. God damn it. No, so we made a rule this time. Yeah, because so the big thing is there was a plugin section in the Discord I was in. And I've never looked at it because I don't use plugins. Why would I? After we found out, I looked in that plugin section. Now I know what Splatoon does. Now I know. Sometimes I wish I was less naive. I literally function in like a vacuum. I know it's not a good time to make this joke. But I do at times treat Final Fantasy XIV like a job and do not associate it in terms of like social experience. Not a good time to make that joke. But like I heavily dissociate from everything about it when I'm offline. Unless I'm working on something that has to do with it. So like people ask me, "Oh, have you seen this new Final Fantasy XIV video? Oh, did you see Pint's new video? Oh, did you see Larry's new video?" And I answer you. I tell you the answer to you is 99% of the time, no. I make zero effort to consume any Final Fantasy XIV content off stream. If I'm planning on having a guest because of a topic, I will then, that's the 1%, watch the content relevant to it. I do not want to be involved off stream. I didn't even watch the meme videos. That's why I don't know when people reference that shit. Like, I don't know. You know what I watch in my spare time? I watch Legal Eagle, clips of Brooklyn Nine-Nine, Dr. Mike, and like TCG videos like Simo and Rarin. Like, I'll watch like Master Chef clips. Yeah, like that'll happen sometimes. Sometimes I'll go on a quick like Master Chef binge or something like that, or a Hell's Kitchen binge or whatever. But like, like I don't even tell people to go watch my, like I tell people in the videos, you know, if you enjoy the video, great. But I don't like want people to go watch my videos without the intent to enjoy them. From Magic, yeah, because that's the thing. Magic the Noah, Rarin, Simo, CGB, they're part of the TCG Avengers on YouTube, where they all just feature each other talking about each other's games. I just want to see Rarin guess what Yu-Gi-Oh cards do and be wrong every time, and at the same time watch like Simo go over to CGB and get Magic the Gathering cards wrong every time. And although right now it's like bizarre, it's not even like Hearthstone shit anymore. It's all bizarre. Yeah, so I just stay away from 14 stuff. It's why when the like Svi thing happened, it actually caught me off guard. I don't socialize with anyone I do socialize with that I also know that plays 14. I very rarely socialize with them about 14. Like when I'm talking to Midna in our own in like our own time, or I'm talking to Kiri, or I'm talking to like Todd, we don't talk about 14. It's like not a topic. Like I don't bring, like sometimes, yeah, it'll come up like as like a, like it'll come up because it technically we both like play, right? Or we or have played or something, right? But we're not like, yo, let's talk about Final Fantasy 14. You know what I mean? Like we don't want to do that. Like it's just so not a thing. Like when I talk to Eric's, I don't start asking him a million Pokemon questions either. I'll ask what he's up to, and if he mentions Pokemon, I'll like talk about what he's doing. But like I won't go to Eric's and ask him about Pokemon shit. I'll ask him about his family, his daughters, like if he's done anything fun, or like it's like I'll talk to him about that stuff. I'm not gonna talk to him about the game he plays all the time, which is most of the time he's doing Pokemon stuff, right? He's doing like you know, Kaizos or whatnot. Or, you know, back in the day, shiny hunts, you know? Yeah, the like a job. So the thing is, the like a job thing, it actually kind of distracted from what was actually the main. So some of you may know the like a job thing that happened where everyone was talking about how someone was like allowing Svi into their group, and they like went on Twitter and had this whole big like defensive argument about why it was fine, because they're not actually friends with them and they just wanted a good player, like whatever, right? Like that was something that got around the community pretty quick. What many people never found out, and I know this because I know one of the 5 people affected, is that a week before Fru came out, they booted 5 people from their group to get Svi and 4 other people in who they thought would be more successful. That part of the story, most people don't even know. But that happened. That Revenge was one of those 5 people. One of our 9ths, Revenge. He was our 9th because that happened. That's why we really wanted to get Revenge his clear. Like, we wanted to get all of our 9ths their clears, and we did. But Revenge's in particular, we really wanted to get him because that happened to it. Like, it mattered. I'm not going to say it mattered more, but like, I know that he was put through more immediate turmoil. So it's like that was a big thing. We wanted to make sure. Guessing, I mean, they got as canceled as you can get. I mean, I have no idea how that raid went for them. Nobody cares. It's irrelevant to the fact. I have no idea. I didn't even try to find out what happened. It's irrelevant to my. It's literally irrelevant to my life. But it's like, man, that whole situation, God, it's one of those situations makes me wish I was more social, because like being out of the know means things like that catch you off guard, and nobody knows you're out of the know because you're so out of the know that you don't talk to anyone. Like, it's one of those really weird, like, I've always distanced myself from so many things Final Fantasy XIV related that those things genuinely end up being surprises to me. Even though I should know. Like, I should. And it's honestly irresponsible for me to not know. That happened to me with my T group. I told you guys about that. I had no idea who I was playing with. All I knew was that it was a group doing T. And then I found out what the group was. And I was like, I found out like way down the line too. It wasn't even immediate. I found out like months down the line. Yes, it was Ranor. And I had no idea about it. I was just completely naive. For those who don't know, I got invited to a T group. They told me the credentials, trialed me, whatever, and got in. And that group did not clear T. That group blew up basically by the end of week 1, and then tried to cobble together for the second half of for week 2 until Friday. What I didn't know is that the Discord I was invited into for that was one without a good reputation. Some of you may know it as Panty Raiders. And I had no idea that Discord was known for anything. I was just like, that's a weird name for a Discord. And then I found out way down the line, like months down the line, what it actually was. And I was like, oh my God, I was among the worst of the worst, and I didn't even know it. I had no fucking idea. You'd think it was just a SpongeBob meme. Yeah. Like, we're talking about, like, apparently some of the things that have been said and done in there are among, like, the lowest of low in the 14 community. Yeah, it's like showing up to a hot dog stand and just to find out that the hot dog stand you've been going to your whole life is literally like a Nazi hangout. That's kind of how it felt. Finding out after the fact. Dude, it's not even just racist shit. It's like, but are the hot dogs good? No, not in this case. Considering the T group blew itself up, it self-imploded, which, by the way, goes to say a lot, right? Like, a common thing has brought people together, and yet they've blown themselves up. You know what I mean? It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy in a sense. But I didn't find out until, I don't remember when, but I found out sometime in the next raid tier. I saw it on Twitter. I saw the name on Twitter. God, it was somebody I know talking about the Discord like in a giant twit longer. I don't remember who. And I saw the name and I was like, wait, is that the same one that I was in for like 2 weeks just for comms? I really should have learned at that point that when I join a Discord, I should really click all the chat channels. I should have learned it. I really should have. That should have been the lesson right there. Is I should really click the chat channels and see everything that's being said in all of the channels. And I didn't. And that naivete has certainly done more bad than good. Just for not being in the know. When I could be in the know and be very fucking not, just not associated and or with or against it. Or just know that I'm against it. It's bad. It's bad, bad, bad. Mm-hmm. Dude, I'm afraid to look through my Discord right now. I don't think I'm in any Discords that should be bad. Like, if I just name the Discords, it like, there shouldn't be. Like, there's... the first one's Murder Buddies, but that's literally just... That's the Cipher one that's, like, got 9 people in it. Or it's just got people that, like, help Cipher ones. Murder Buddies. Not a great name, but Murder Buddies. There's Radar. There's the 25 Chill Guys ones. That's a private server for a game that oh, for those who don't know, I can talk about this publicly. Some of you may know Ghostcrawler, who left WoW to work on the Riot MMO and then left Riot to work on his own MMO. They put out like a quick video at the end, like a few weeks ago, and I actually was one of the playtesters in that. So I have it's like so early that like it's mostly all in concept at this point. But I am allowed to talk about the fact that I have played the Ghostcrawler in development, like just like the bare bones. So basically a skeleton at this point to test concepts more than anything. So I can talk about that. Yeah. There's a PvP Discord called Ragers Mafia, and then there's like some streamer Discords. I don't even know what Discord this is. Whose Discord is this? I don't recognize it. What whose is this? Oh, I think I know what this is. So when I was playing Granblue, I got invited to a Granblue 1. That's what it is. It's literally, it's all gacha shit that's in here. Yeah, it's all gacha stuff. Oh, there's some 14 stuff in here too. As well. Burning Ground. Gamer Escape. Another streamer Discord. Actually, a Discord with my friends back in New Jersey. I don't know this one. This one's got like 4 people in it total. I don't know. Oh, this one was just for Criterion. I remember. Yeah, we don't use this one anymore. We literally made one that was just for Criterion. There's the Ether, Bosia, and Baldessian one. That's a partner Discord for a company I worked with. There's the Crowd Control Discord, Friends, Streamer Discord, Twitch Discord, old Raid Discord that I should honestly just leave because we don't use it anymore. Wayfinder Discord, the EtherCon official one, which I could also just leave. Todd's Discord, another old static Discord nobody uses, another old static one nobody uses. I should really leave these. Stream Elements, another old one that nobody uses. Company I don't work with anymore. Company I do work with. Slice, Rabtunes. I've done some voice work for Rabtunes before. I'm still in that one. I would like to do that again. Stream Elements. Streamer Discord, 7TV, Streamer Discord, The Balance, Ether Hunts, Mog Talk, my Discord, Final Fantasy 14, and another Twitch Discord. Yeah, I can't imagine I would find anything too bad clicking through these. I think I've purged most of. I think I'm not in any Discords that should have anything questionable at this point. Most of them are inactive because I hate Discord. I genuinely hate Discord. Okay, to be fair, I don't like that everything is migrated to Discord because I fucking hate joining Discords every time I need to do fucking anything. But I also have a bit of a negative experience with Discord. So some of you may remember that, or some of you may not know this, but Discord was actually created by the guy who made Guildwork, which was it's like an old website that people use to congregate. And 14 used it, 11 used it, 14 used it, other places used it too. And when I first started doing content creation, there was a group of individuals that used Guildwork primarily to harass me and anyone that associated with me. They made fake accounts, they made Photoshops, they even made a mock version of State of the Realm. I don't remember what it was called, but they literally did like a fake State of the Realm as like their own podcast. And of course, nobody cared who the fuck these people were. So it had 2 viewers. It was, but they still did it, and it was really awkward. Like, it's weirdly obsessive. But they were like the primary active Final Fantasy XIV people on Guildwork. And when Discord was first being made, there were 3 people on the Discord team. One of them reached out to me and asked me to do a sponsored bit. And this is like 2014 or 2015. I think it was during Second Coil, if I recall correctly. So that's like 2014. He reached out to me on Facebook, and I agreed. And then he told me who else was part of it. And it was all of those people who had been serial harassing me. They were all being sponsored. And that's because the guy who owned Guildwork was just looking at the most active users on Guildwork and trying to get them to talk about Discord. And so I said, listen, I don't usually do it's me or them, but like, I'm not going to work with that group of people. They have done this, this, and this. They're still doing it right now. In fact, I can send you to what they're doing right now. And I don't know if you want to be associated with them. I know I don't want to be associated with them. So if you are working with them, I will not work with you. And they got the CEO in a message Discord with me, and he effectively just said, "Oh, I mean, I just make Guildwork. You know, I don't really have any influence on what people do with it." And I'm like, but you also are choosing to pay these people to represent your product, and they have this behavior, and yeah, but then that doesn't look good. Now, what's funny is, effectively, between all, I think like 5 or 6 of them, they had like 12 viewers. Like, I mean, shit you not. It was like one of the weirdest things to like hard commit to, because they had like 12 viewers between the 6 of them. And I think one of them had 10, and the rest of them were like themselves or one other person. So it was really strange to like hard commit to that decision. And I was even linking him things they were doing at that moment. Like, I just went and looked, and I was like, literally, look, an hour ago, this was posted, and this is like what and he's like, well, I mean, they can be reported and banned, but they'll just make another account. So it's like, I don't have anything to do with that. And I was like, okay, regardless of whether or not you have anything to do with how they're using your platform, you are choosing to work with them. And if you like, I'm not going to work with them. I'm not going to tell you that you should work with me over them. I'm telling you that if you're working with them, I'm not working with you. So then I went back to the first guy who actually reached out to me originally, and I told him, listen, if Discord is what you're telling me it is, you honestly don't need any of us to begin with. Discord will will do fine itself. Like, if you're telling me that the shit everyone's paying for, Mumble, TeamSpeak, like Vent, if you're telling me that this is just that, on top of being able to communicate with chat channels, it's free, and all that, like, you genuinely don't need them, and you don't need me. Like, just word of mouth will take care of this. So, I would sure love to take the money to advertise it, but I'm not going to do that because I don't agree with the people you've chosen to work with. And I was right, because they really didn't need any of us. Look at Discord now. Like, do you think that's because of the sponsored, like, 14 people, the 12 people that were watching? No, it's because it made the rounds for what it was. But it was, but like, that's my sole experience with the Discord creator. And so I already don't have a great experience with it. And then I also just don't like how everything has migrated to it. Like every single piece of information I need needs to come from a Discord. Like, you know, I honestly miss forums. I miss forums. I miss getting my information from not Discord. Oh man. It's not a wiki replacement, it's not a forum replacement, but it's treated as both. Yes, correct. That is how I feel as well. So, like, here's the thing. Even if I didn't have that experience with Discord, I still probably wouldn't like Discord. But I have both experience and my opinion, and together, I really don't like Discord. I mean, they've been under fire a billion times. Remember when Discord was like, we're going to market to gamers, and then they realized there wasn't enough money in it. So they said, fuck all of our Don't forget that happened. Discord literally said, oh, we're all partnered with you all, but it's too expensive to be partnered with you. So fuck you. You're gone. And also fuck the gaming space. It's terrible. Like, we have the gamers. We don't fucking care about you anymore. You're already on the platform. Get it. We don't give a shit anymore. Yeah. And now it's lost. Yep. That's what happens. Listen, nothing's ever truly lost on the internet, but it's lost enough, you know? There's always a way, but somebody has to do the initiative. Yeah, so that's my experience with that. Funny how this all began from talking about strats. Oh yeah, I still have to make the fucking video with the information. I don't have to do that on stream, to be fair. I have to decide if I want to go to the gym today or not, too. So that way, because if I go today, I'm not going tomorrow. If I don't go today, I am going tomorrow. Because here's the thing. I'm going to be live tonight, no matter what. I mean, I've been at the gym the last 3 days. This is Raid Plan. I recorded a video going over the pros and cons of Raid Plan versus COD Car. TLDR, COD Car is logically better, but it's irrelevant because when people die, the strats don't matter. Because you're fucked as soon as anyone starts dying. No, you shouldn't be going to the gym every day. That's not good for your body. You gotta rest. Literally, the entire point of all the strats stops making sense as soon as people die. And it falls apart. We went over it, and I did pros and cons, but there are some mechanics where the cons for Raid Plan are so high that it does not come off as an objective opinion. But I also said it literally doesn't matter. Because if you just do what's in the diagrams, both strats will work. Effectively, it became there is only one actual con to Raid Plan. And that is 25% of the time you don't have a tank in the tiles after Looming Chaos. That's the one main con. Because then if you need the tank LB3, you're gonna miss people. That's the one, like, the key actual con. I mean, yeah, the spot healing the range DPS is actually fucking stupid, but it's hardly the worst thing. Not if you're on opposite platforms. Aleph. And also the default tank position on platforms is on the opposite side of the platform. Unless you get lucky and you get... actually, if it's double E... Well, if you get double East, you'll be out of range. Because tank LB3 is 50 yalms and the arena is 80. So if you have tanks on tiles, they'll reach both platforms. Yeah. So, yes, that technically will work. Yeah, you just ignore your tower, but somebody else takes it. Yeah, but if you ignore your tower, you're effectively opting into... You should just put the tank on the tower closest to the middle of the room at that point. I mean, I know what you're saying, but okay, let me put it this way. The PF just follows the diagram. The tank isn't smart enough to do that. You can't trust the PF to actually be smart enough to do that. That's the main thing. I don't even trust the PF to actually tank LB ever. I'm not gonna lie. Even when you should be doing it like it should be a fucking reflex, they still don't do it. It all comes down to a higher skilled player sees a solution. The average PF sees a problem. It's not about what can be done. It's about what will be done or won't be done. But you should also just not have a strat that 25% of the time has that problem. Because you should then only be doing that if it's a problem. And then it needs to be communicated that it's currently happening. Otherwise, you're just missing a tower because you're afraid that maybe somebody will also... There won't be a tank and somebody else may maybe miss a tower. Which is inherently not a good solution when the strat can automatically provide the solution. And then you also have the reality that Looming Chaos will literally never go correctly. Because it won't. With both strats, Looming Chaos won't happen correctly. Because someone will be dead. And both strats will fall apart. The video, for those who missed the recording, the video effectively ends in, as soon as people are dead for Looming Chaos, everything stops mattering anyway. Because all of your plans just fall apart. You just have to try to scrap through until you get to the phase, the end of the phase. That's effectively what it ends up being, is you literally have no control over it. So healer outside has its own problems. It actually doesn't mitigate any fuck-ups at all. You might be wondering why. Because healer outside's chief gain is that every mistake is fixable. You can res someone on the inside to the outside, and they can go back in. Let's do it. This is the third time this stream. Third time this stream. We're going to do this. Raise your hand if you trust somebody to get from the outside back in safely in the PF. And you can, yourself doesn't count. And quite frankly, you shouldn't trust yourself. Quite frankly, you shouldn't. Even if you're good, you just shouldn't trust it. And that's the chief gain from healers out, is that every mistake is theoretically fixable. Theory does... We have an entire fight that shows that not every theory is correct. So Athena would like to tell you that she loves healers out. That can slot right in there with all of Athena's mechanics. Teleport theory or some shit like that. Is that honestly a worse scenario? No. It's not any better either, though. Because if you have all of your healers, so let me put it this way. Kodkar has the exact same ability to recover that. The only way that doesn't happen is if the healers or rezzers on East and West, also die. Which in that case you're already fucked, because both of your platforms have minimum 2 rezzers, at most 4 rezzers probably, maybe even more depending, because you have all the ranged. And so it depends on how many red mages you brought, if you brought red mages at all. So your outer platforms already have at minimum 1 or 2 rezzers on each side. Your platforms also all have your inner tile corners also all have 1 rezzer. So you can all fix it, technically. Okay, I actually had this thought last night. Hall of the Novice needs one more thing. A critical element of the game that Hall of the Novice should teach, that it does not, is res invuln. Because if you res invuln the tile, you have 5 seconds of not breaking a tile. I really need a res invuln tutorial. The game gives a... Okay, let me tell you, the game giving a buff has made no impact on whether or not people do it. Because you know what people do? People either assume they're not allowed to move at all for 5 seconds. I've seen that. Or they don't realize that sprint counts as an action. Yes, res invuln does not count. It was the same in E9S. If you rezzed in E9S, you didn't count as a person for 5 seconds on the tile. But you know how many times I've seen someone get rezzed on a tile and then sprint? They're like, I'm gonna make it! It's just one of those days where you don't want to wake up. It's just how it works. So yeah, it's all fixable. 5 seconds is enough time to get to almost any corner from any corner without killing someone. It takes less than a second to clear each tile. And so and honestly, people will likely move out of your way still. Like, they're more likely to try to like run up to you. Man, speaking of res invulnerability, you know what doesn't apply to res invulnerability? Did you know that Byaku's phase transition does not, res invulnerability does not work against it. So if you somehow die in the air phase and then get up afterwards and you take the Byaku transition into the second phase to your face, you will die. We had that happen today. We had that happen a few weeks ago. Not good. And yeah, there's other mechanics that go through it as well. No, don't lock out. You don't have to lock out Black Mage and Picto. I would probably... Okay, here's the big thing. Don't lock out Picto and Black Mage. Stop locking into melee. You can be a player with an assignment that is not a melee in a diagram. You don't have to be on that fucking job. Stop locking in double melee. But the diagram... But the diagram says melee. It should just be D1 through D4, realistically. And then if you need to say like R, you do like D3-R, D4-R or something like that instead of R1, R2. Dude, so you know what people have told me about the art, so first of all, the whole idea of this being better for raid buffs is hilarious when you're throwing potentially a Pictomancer or a Bard or somebody out of range of buffs. Like, just be honest that you are just be honest with me, okay? You clearly, as Alliance A or C, are like, my buffs matter more than Alliance B's, all right? You're an Alliance A or C player. If you're that B player, you fucking hate this immediately. Why would Alliance B want to be out of range of a Picto buff or a Bard buff or their Dancer buffs or any of the buffs? Like, you're just doing that to them. For no reason. Also, you know what the PF says to do for that ranged? That solo ranged out there? Just have the other Alliance spot heal them. Let me tell you, I don't trust healers to heal my own Alliance. And controller players have to go through a fucking ring around the fucking rosy of going through their party list to even do that. Bro, honestly, bring health potions, second wind on cooldown. Oh, and if that's if those are fizz ranged out there, Troubadour, that's a personal cooldown now, mind you. That's for you. That's not for them. That's for you. That's a personal, dude, that's great. Troubadour is a personal cooldown. I literally died to raid white. So, okay, I'll say this. PF wastes Mitt on Flood of Darkness and then doesn't have it for Deluge of Darkness as well. That's another thing. I notice that a lot. Like, people will burn Mitt on the Flood that doesn't have a bleed, and then the bleed gets eaten, like, raw. I'll see, like, Wings and Veil and Reprisal and Addle and Feint and Troubadour and, like, Improv all on Flood, and then everybody runs off to their spot without mitting for Deluge and then dies to Dark Dominion. Like, I'll watch Reprisal fall off on Deluge. I'll watch Addle fall off on Deluge. Like, I've seen it. So, yeah, Panheim is great for that. I use Panheim there as well. I literally, I don't use Holos there as a Sage. I use Panheima and Bubble. I do, what is it called? I do a Physis Shield, and I save the Zoe Shield. So I do a Physis Shield, Caracole, and I think Caracole is the Bubble name, and Panheima. And then I use Holos on towers and Zoe Shield. No, I do the Zoe Shield after Dark Dominion just in case towers go off. If I'm Alliance A, or if I'm on the outer platform, I'll Zoe Shield my team on the outside. Like, literally in case spread gets screwed up. Because here's the thing. Day one, we were actually soloing the pairs with Supermit. So I do Holos, Caracole, Zoe, Shield on Third Art of Darkness into towers. Yeah. And also for pairs, if I'm a healer for second pairs, for second Third Art of Darkness on the outside, I Zoe Shield myself. I unironically Zoe Krasis Physis Shield myself And I'm like, if the person, as long as I don't get doubled up on, even if the other person fucks it up, I am going to live as the healer. I can I'll Toracole myself and I'll Caracole realistically, but I'll Haima myself. Like, I will do everything to ensure I survive the pair. Like, I am taking no fucking chances at all. And you know what's really funny? Everyone talks about PvP tiles, right? Everyone talks about, like, people not doing THD priority, or the outside people not doing the towers, or not knowing tower prio, or, like, honestly, I think people are missing a really key component as to what really goes wrong in PF most of the time. Because sometimes PF gets all that right. But motherfuckers really like looking at the tile players with the fucking beams. And, you know, you get beamed by 3 people all at once, you're probably fucking dead. You know? Yeah, you get beamed by 3 people at once, you're probably fucking dead. You know how many times I've seen a tank be at 60% health, which is not worth throwing an instant on them. They take an auto and 2 beams at the same time, and now they are at 5% health. And I am losing my fucking mind the entire time. Where they spread on one side and cleave the inside people? No, well, they spread on one side, but it's on the outside. It's like towards the ring, not towards the middle. Bro, I feel bad if you are the solo ranged southeast and southwest and you get beamed. You are already on you're already on fucking Gilligan's Island. And a fucking nuke was just sent to Gilligan's Island. It's like it's like the US government found out that there was that they thought that like the people on Gilligan's Island were a terrorist faction. They just fucking drop a bomb on them. Like it's literally the equivalent of that. You're fucking dead. All right? Yeah, that's why in COD Car we aim one laser down the middle. PF clips with spreads all the time. That was actually one of my cons for spread, is that raid bin. Okay, so the raid bin / raid plan has done its job of telling people to be out of this range. It has done its job. It completely acknowledges the fact that this could happen and tells people not to, you know, be too close. But people are not machines, and thus they are likely, at some point, to be too close. Especially if you're going from, like, let's say that Alliance A has right flank first. Like, let's say that the boss goes left flank, spread, left flank, in terms of, like, the pattern that it's doing for Third Art of Darkness. So everyone's on the right side, then runs over to the other side to spread, then runs back to the right side. There's a high probability that somebody is trying to cheat closer to the boss and gets clipped by 2. Because it's a back and forth movement that every player, mostly the DPS, have to do. Theoretically, there's nothing wrong with that if you do it correctly. Again, it is just risk assessment. All of my concerns are risk assessment, not actual problems. Like, the strat doesn't cause a problem. There is a risk assessment with each strat. That is literally it. And nothing more. Do either strat correctly, nobody dies, you win. No, I didn't get that done with the new what is it? The New Year's scree. Is that what it was? The heaven scree. Was that the minion? Am I remembering that correctly? The heaven scree for heaven's turn this year. Was that what the minion was? Am I remembering that correctly? Yes, it's heaven's scree. Okay. That's what I'm calling it. That's not what it's actually called. But yeah, it's a heaven's scree. I thought so, because everyone's like, yo, did you see the reward? And I was like, no, it's a fucking seasonal event. What do I care? And then I saw it, I was like, oh, that's why. Oh. Yeah, it's technically a mochi scree. It is a mochi scree. Oh, man. What a day, dude. I haven't even been playing the game, dude. We've just been talking about how PF is PF and NA sucks. And JP's the best. You know, it actually does remind me a lot of E8S discussion, where everyone kept blaming Light Rampant and Ilya, and it's like, bro, you die in like, people are fucking up Worm's Lament, Isolate, and people aren't, like, if people are failing, like, Ak Rise and shit. Like, Ads Phase is murdering people. Like, you just die anyway. It's literally E8S, where everyone tried blaming Ilya and Light Rampant for making the Party Finder terrible. And it was, they were like, okay, bro, after Light Rampant, the fight is done. Literally, that's the last mechanic. It's the hardest thing. Motherfuckers died everything afterwards. Mirror, mirror, dead. Mirror, mirror, where you have to look away from the outside. Motherfucker, there's always two people petrified. Every time. Tell me otherwise. Tell me that in PF, you didn't always have the same two motherfuckers getting petrified by mirror, mirror. All right? Because you're wrong. Struggling on dragon heads or something like that. Yeah. I'm extra spicy. Listen, 2025 is going to be a year. All right? Spicy. Listen, when this all goes gray, I'll have a silver fox look. But you don't want to, but I'm not going to fox around anymore. I don't know when I'm going to start graying. My beard is grayed a bunch. Like right here, there's a lot of gray. I'll fox every week. Yeah. In Byakko. Even though he keeps bringing his all to bears. God, I'm so confused. There's so many animals. Got a few slivers. Yeah, most of mine is right here. I also have red in my beard right here. Red here, gray here. And not very many gray hairs on the top of my head. There's a few. I could definitely find a few, but there's not that many. Don't encroach on Sly's territory. Oh my god. Yeah, I should go get my my heaven scree. No, I've always had red in my beard. I've always had red here and here in my beard. It's just like a few here and there. I get that from my mother's side of the family. My my uncles on her side of the family, they all have red in their beard. I just have a little bit. But their beards are like full red. Like right here. Yeah, it's from the blood of my enemy. No, you're right. You're right. That's from the blood of my enemies. Mm-hmm. You know, it's funny. I just looked back at the game with me on my PvP tile in my full set of chaotic armor. And I went, listen. Y'all complaining about the strats? That's on you. I have every reward. I'm out. See ya. Good luck. Need 99 totems. I would sell more hairstyles and shit. No, I'm still going to be going into PFs. I actually have a lot of fun. Like, honestly, joining PF for Chaotic is so fun when you have every reward already. Because you literally, you just play your game. Like, you don't grief, you don't underperform. You just play the game, right? And if it all goes to shit, you have nothing to lose. All you get is a fun time. If they win, great. You played your part. You knew the fight. You did consistently. You weren't the problem, hopefully. So either everybody wins, or at the very least, you win. Also, I do genuinely think all the chaotics after this will be easier. Not because this, not even because people will be better at them. I think this one is going to be the hardest one of all time. I don't think they'll ever make one harder. I think they overshot the difficulty on that middle phase, and that will never happen again in chaotic. So I think we're literally looking at the peak problem of chaotic in terms of difficulty. Or at least in terms of unrecoverable difficulty, or difficult to recover difficulty. If that makes sense. Like, don't get me wrong, Thunder God Sid, Nier, Diablos. I'm not saying those won't be challenging. They just won't be unrecoverable, I feel. No, it has item level sync. So, that's not syncable. If they get rid of the item level sync, maybe. It literally has Fru's item level sync of 735. So there's no reason to expect that it'll be unsyncable, because that's supposed to be like an anti-level sync indicator. Heaven Scree. Let me go get that real quick. I also think they shouldn't do that. I don't care if this gets unsynced later, to be completely honest with you. I don't consider any of the rewards to be like, oh, they need to make sure they preserve the I personally don't care. It probably is going to stay in the high-end section like Ultimates do. There's no content that has an item level sync that then gets rid of the item levels. Like, we've never had that. But I think they may reconsider and break pattern for that. Yeah, honestly, yeah, I have no qualms with them making it unsyncable. I understand not making things like Ultimates unsyncable. I even understand not doing it with Criterions to some capacity. But, eh. Wait, no, I don't want anything to do with you. Get out of here. I don't need the esthetician. We already have Ozma. Yeah, I sincerely doubt they do Ozma at all. Criterion, I'm okay with it because it's only 4 people. 24 people, I just don't think deserves it. Must do all my fortunes. And it's going to be Diablos next. Archangels ain't going to be for a long time. Give me rice cakes. I love rice cakes. Yeah, there's quite a lot of chaos. The thing is, I think a lot of people want to see a more difficult version of a lot of different alliance bosses. It's just his face on the ball, Runar. They literally do just his face, but it's on the ball and it's just rotating around. Eulogia Chaotic would be a lot like Thornton. Just with the 12 instead of the Knights of the Round. That's the most likely solution. I wonder if you could blow a kiss at Eulogia and have it get mad at you then. Give me my great white scree. No, they won't just do finals. They know we want Thunder God Sid. They know we want Archangels. Delightfully squidgy and a veritable fountain of good fortune to boot. The great white scree. Initially thought to be a mere ornament, the Hebi Bugio was just as surprised as you were when the squat, snake-like creature began to move of its own accord. Revered in the Far East as a serpentine bringer of luck, it must have wriggled on board a ship bound for the shores of Limsa Lominsa. Mochi! Hello, Tiny Scree. Tiny white Scree. What? He's not almost as big as me. He's only up to my knees. See? You know what's a minion that's actually as tall as a Lalafell? The fucking train from Maps. That thing is huge. The locomotive? That thing is actually the size of a Lalafell. Golbez is also pretty large. Cute Justice is fairly large, yeah. Hi. Nice Picto Brush. Anima's pretty tall. Yeah, Cute Justice is a big one. Oh, this is Mouths. Whoops. Yeah, this motherfucker is tall as hell. Look at him. I'm also the tallest Lalafell. I am indeed the max height Lalafell. So if I was the shortest height Lalafell, when he stands upright and puts his wings out, he is actually bigger than me. It's okay. I have my new best pal. Damn it. Stop. There you go, see? I got my little lord right here. We both look very angry. This has Minotaur vibes. Big bro and little bro. Just two chill guys. Except I am the stronger one this time. He's not my big bro. I'm the big bro. Oh, hi. The chaotic chill guys. You know who I should really keep on my hotbar? Where is she? I won that with a 97. Burbs. I've got my wisp. Bye-bye. Yeah, it's so weird having two Cloud of Darkness minions. A Wisp of Darkness and a Cloud of Dark. I forget what the mini cloud is actually called. Where is it? I think I have it. Puff of Darkness, right? It's so weird having both. I actually like both of them too. This one actually has a beacon also, see? This one having a beacon and the other one not having a beacon is a bit of an oversight. The other one should also have a bacon. See? She's having a grand old time, just nodding her head left and right. And then you're like, get out of here. Bring Wisp of Darkness out. Doesn't even land on my head. Just has crazier tentacles. Bro, yeah, the wisp and the Puff of Darkness needed a Spider-Man pointing emote. They just needed to point at each other, that's all. Like they're surprised, like, wait, you're me. No, you're me. Why do you look like me? I don't look like you. You look like me. Why do you look like me? It's like a Pokemon in their evolution. Man, I was going to play Fantasian today. I'm playing Fantasian tomorrow. Starting the new year with Fantasian tomorrow. Listen, they don't need to only do one boss from each raid. Or even each raid series. Like, I think they'll probably do Archangels and Shadow Lords separately. What the fuck? Dude. So Yoko Taro tweeted an image. Just that, and with the image it just says 2025. And I'm not gonna lie, I think he's honestly made a mistake. Because this is the image in question. Why did he tweet his dick with a ghost sheet over it and say 2025? I don't like that. Huh? New Nier lore. Somebody put that in a Discord, and all I've got is 4 reactions that are just like the voices. That's a big the voices won moment. That's definitely a moment where the voices win. Listen, sooner or later, he had to release something that wasn't a mobile game. Or 2B doing another crossover, right? Like, sooner or later, it has to be not a card game or another 2B cross. No. No, come on. Like, sooner or later, it has to be something else, right? Ah, that's true. The other franchises can come to Nier now. Fair. All right. Fair. That makes sense. Yeah, no, that checks out. Oh, man. Yeah, tomorrow's going to have to be Fantasian. God. I always get fucking put on a spit every single time I talk about how I'm not a big Nier Automata fan. Well, not true. I just don't like the gameplay. I need games with weight to them. Or at least something that doesn't make it feel like I'm swinging through paper. Or holding the fucking shoot button for a billion years. No, the Nier Raid series is the worst one. Don't do it again. Is it, though? Crazy how Shadowbringers just waited until Bosia to release their Alliance Raid series. I don't know why they waited so long, but it's strange there was no Alliance Raid series until the first Bosia zone came out. And it was weird that they put it, like, locked behind the zones, but at least Shadowbringers eventually got its raid series. I'm glad they delayed it, but at least they didn't, like, delete it or anything, right? Be more involved with the raid. I don't know, that would have made it better. I don't know. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say I don't know if it would have been better. Bro wanted to delete our accounts. Bro, if you wipe in chaotic, maybe it does delete your account. February, Cloud. Early February, like within the first 2 weeks of February. And then probably March 12th? Actually, it might be a little sooner than that. It might be like the first few days of February. Let me check my calendar to see what my predictions would be. February 7th or 8th? Yeah. Probably February 7th or 8th. Mm-hmm. And then March... I'm sorry, not March 12th. March... 14th. Sorry, March 14th. Yeah, it's either March 25th or April 1st for 7.2. And then a week after that probably for Ultimate. I'm sorry, for Savage. It depends, because one of them is a 19-week schedule and one of them's a 20-week schedule. I think it'll be a 19-week most likely, but in the case that they do a 20-week because of the holidays, I'd like to extend the possibility of it being the April 1st. Now, here's the thing. What's worse, an April Fool's Day when Savage comes out or an April Fool's Day when Patch comes out? Because one of the two is probably happening. Savage? Bro, I'm telling you, the last boss of the next tier better have a red chocobo soul. I am proud of you, Kindless. The last boss better have a red chocobo soul. Nice, Tequila. Nice. Nice. You missed it. I've been a drama king for the entire morning. That's just because I'm willing to say the things that people aren't willing to say. I will say the things. Next ultimate should be Hades and Warrior of Light. New year, new me. Not yet, but I'm not releasing this video until January 1st, so. Full on Green Goblin. There. I got my Green Goblin laugh. That's some neat trick, that sense of yours. Norman's on sabbatical, honey. Yeah, Light Wardens probably show up. What do you mean? We literally have an order for ultimates. They only skip Stormblood MSQ because there's no good theme or boss there. Like, unless you're just gonna do Shinryu and only Shinryu, there's literally no good boss. Like, the only reason we skip Stormblood MSQ, there's just no good bosses there to do an ultimate with. Or no good theme, I should say. No good overarching theme. Like, Shinryu doesn't have the same presence Omega does, where he can be his own ultimate and nothing else. Oh, no. First, I think the last phase of Endwalker Ultimate is going to be against Neo Shinryu. I think it's going to be like after Endsinger, he eats Endsinger and becomes Neo Shinryu, and that's the last phase of Endwalker's story Ultimate. So effectively, Xenos is I expect Xenos to be the final boss of the Endwalker Ultimate. But I think Shinryu plays a role in that in some way. The Xenos chicken minion. However, I actually think that won't be the last. Well, here's the thing. They would probably want to make it the last phase. But at the same time, I feel like they would still want the 1v1 phase to be a phase where he's like smaller. But I don't know. Just astral projects. Mine for the taking! That's what he'll do. He'll take you to a 1v1 duel and he'll say, mine for the taking! Still waiting on Gilgamesh Ultimate. One day. A ledge boss? They can do both, technically. Shinryu's been both. He's been a ledge boss and a platform boss. I'm not gonna lie, though. Shinryu looks really fucking stupid on that platform all by himself. When in the last phase of Shinryu Extreme, when he's on the platform, he looks really fucking stupid. Like, he's just like huddled onto it, just like. No, I don't think you ever see a Zodiark Ultimate. I don't think you'll see that. In all honesty. I mean, in most fights, bosses look stupid standing in the middle while you do mechanics. That's hardly exclusive. I actually like how, not Crystalline Time, but Darklit looks. With them just like zipping around and like doing one thing or the other. Do you have any flares up in the melee area? Move them all to the back. So if you do the flares, so all of the flares should be in the far corners, because if you do not have mitigation, it is actually risking the lives of any melee in the boss. So when we were doing re-clears with 25 chill guys, we started putting the flare in the front of the room, and the number of deaths related to flare went up significantly. The flare fall off is actually really fucking intense. So if the A and C flares are at max melee, and there's a flare in the back, like it actually is, it does insane damage. Like it's survivable only if you're actually fully midding with the expectation that that'll happen. So more often than not, you end up suffering a few deaths if people are either late with their flare or they're not all the way tucked in the corners. It's one of those, like, just eat the fact that you might be a melee that, has to step out of range for, like, a GCD to be safe instead of trying to be in. It's actually really fucking damaging. I always try to mitt that just in case, but I always see someone in another alliance die. Unironically, if you don't know where to go with your flare off the side of the arena, it does delete the flare. It doesn't retarget. If you are genuinely lost and don't know where to go with your flare, you might actually be best off dying. Like straight up LTG. Some of you will understand that reference. Some of you will not. Yeah, but just straight up LTG. It's in some ways safer. Opting to move melee out for 7 seconds. Yeah, it doesn't need to be 7 seconds. You just need to pay attention to the Unholy Darkness cast bar. But yeah, you don't want to be at max melee range. Is that jumping off? Yes. Technically. That is indeed a method of LTGing. And that, in fact, that is the chief method of LTGing in this particular case. Also, by the way, if you're not potting at 5 minutes in this fight, please pot 2 and 8. Diagonal inside chaotic loom. Do you mean like northwest going northeast or northwest going southeast? Because you can have northwest and northeast swapping. That can happen. And you can have northwest and southeast swap. You just can't have northwest and southwest swapping. Unless there's people dead. I've swapped northwest to southeast. And southwest to southeast. And southwest to south to northeast. And southwest to east. It all depends on who gets picked. Yeah, I've been swapped to every position. Yeah, it just all depends on who gets targeted by what. Is all that ends up mattering at all. But, I mean, let's be honest. Again, there's always somebody dead for chaotic, so it doesn't matter. It gets fucked regardless. Have fun. Every time. Every fucking time. It happens. Yep. Alright, so I'm probably going to go live for a few hours later tonight for New Year. I'm not going to be live until midnight my time. I don't want to be up that late. I'll probably be up until midnight Eastern, because at that point it's tomorrow. Alright. The name does seem to check out. Chaotic. Something happened off script. Good luck. So I'm going to wrap up the morning and afternoon stream a little early. Whenever I have evening streams, I tend to do this. And since I'm doing an evening stream tonight, yeah, that's probably what I'll do. So that is going to be a wrap for me today. Thanks for sticking around for most of the discussion. I'll get that video up on YouTube tomorrow, and then I'll have another video on the clear rates on Thursday, and then we'll probably go back to 14 mobile videos on the channel for a bit, and then we'll go from there based on news. So, appreciate everyone for hanging out. Thank you for the subs and resubs. Thank you for the subs to make me match the gifted subs, and I'll see you all for we'll have some bevs tonight. I have still my Oban, my whiskey, right here. So I'll have some bevs tonight for New Year. All right? I will see you guys probably closer to like 6 p.m. Pacific. Something in that range. So y'all enjoy your day. And if I don't see you later, have a happy New Year. I'll see you next year.